Hi friends, good evening. This is Ankit, your host from Delhi, India, and we have a special guest today on our show. And I would like to invite Kimberly Calhoun from North Carolina. Hi, Kimberly. Namaste. Good
Hi,
morning to
namaste. Good evening. Good
thank you.
morning.
Good morning to American around the world. And it's Friday. It's Friday evening and Friday morning for you. And we have a special guest lined up today. So we'll be discussing about the immunity thing, and then we're discussing about a retail guru supermarket strategies, and then followed up by the PhD professor. So a lot of interesting things coming on the show today. So how's US doing? Because
I keep receiving anonymous reports. We've had a high homeless infection rate, and I'm just trying to get more news on that, more data as opposed to just, this is what I saw on CNN or something like that. I'm trying to be very, very careful about if I read something somewhere that I confirm the data. But I have been reported that there is a very high infected rate of the homeless people, and they're not quite sure what to do there. And again, each state is different, but again, we're nowhere near the flat line. They keep saying we are. The president says we're going to be, doing reentry projections May 1st.
hi Billy. So
No,
Billy joining from Australia, and it's late midnight at Australia.
it is.
Really late right now. It's like early morning for Billy.
It is. It is. And good morning to you all.
Good morning. So we're talking about just what is the status of the U.S., other countries as well. I don't see us becoming anywhere close to a flat line right now, like they're projecting that maybe we can do reentry. I call it reentry, but reentry May 1st, and I'm not thinking we're ready for that. We're getting too much conflicted data here in the United States.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. It kind of seems like touch and go. Fingers crossed it doesn't happen, but there's no solid data for them to go. But I think the go button is being pressed because of the economics. Because of the economics. If we let this drag on, it'll be too hard to repair financially. That's the mindset.
They've come up with some things, and there are ways to do this. Like I sat on a university board meeting yesterday for 2 hours, Zoom, right? And we managed to get a lot done. I will have to admit, to me, it was a little odd not to be face to face and elbow to elbow with everybody. I feel like sometimes you can read their mood and
absolutely.
But we did it, right? We sat down, we reviewed the reports, we reviewed the progress. Tough decisions were made. There's not going to be a graduation this year. That's very, very sad. They've told people that they can physically graduate, at the end of the year if we're able to go back out again. But North Carolina State University did a tremendous job in shifting really hard, really fast. When it was time to lock down, they were ready for online classes. They were ready for conversions. If somebody needed to be in a lab, they made provisions for that. So they had a pandemic team. I don't know where it came from. They did really, really good. And they're still functioning. People are still taking their courses. And I was real proud of them because they've started a curriculum for cybersecurity, and it has taken off. But I'm not here to brag about NC State, other than I think they did a tremendous job, as well as some other universities. Something else that came across my desk yesterday was UNC Chapel Hill, the medical center itself. The employees have become infected.
Wow, that's scary.
This is the medical center, not the university. They're combined, right? But the medical center is a world famous hospital, just like Duke and Duke University, and so it's very concerning. The infectious rate of the employees is very concerning, and so they're not quite sure what to do either. So it's And I've also been informed, and again, we got to figure this out. But we heard this the other day, that the status that they're reporting the data is, somebody said that they're reporting all deaths unless they're murders as COVID-19 deaths. And I don't really think that's true.
Yeah.
I don't. I think hospital doctors are a little bit more above that, and I think that they will report things properly, because if I'm standing there with my parent and I know that they died from diabetes and health problems due to diabetes, and they write the death certificate as COVID-19, I think I'm going to say something. That's just
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If they had diabetes and health problems, but they caught COVID and they died because of complications from COVID, then I'm going to accept the COVID-19.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It would make a lot of sense if that happened. But how could they just stand there and let the COVID-19 be labeled over anything else?
Exactly. I will say this: families are not allowed to see the patients dying with COVID-19.
Okay.
So
I'll tell you something. I think it's for everyone, and then we are doing it just to protect the other family members, because things are happening when something like this happens. What happened in India, that when people dies, we generally used to burn, and then we put it on fire and we do all the rituals. And at that time, we expect more than 100 or maybe 200 or 250 people at that point of time. So that is a ritual. So it's like the last rites, whatever the person's last right is, what we can give back to them. That's what we do generally. But now, because our government understands that this is the ritual and we follow this thing, so they are allowing maximum 20 people to do that, but also in a proper allocated manner, so that people will not be able to caught up with those germs or maybe contamination, things like that, because still we are not sure what and how it happened. I got a call from one of the viewers today, and he was asking me. So there are a lot of mosquitoes, flying around. So if a mosquito sits on a COVID-19 patient for maybe a couple of minutes, and then he sits on my face, what happened? So I thought, I'm not sure. We need to ask to the experts, because if it's like that only, so that means because they both are living. They both have the life, both mosquito and that person. If the COVID-19 patient is suffering from all the symptoms, whatever it is, and then he put that mosquito in some other person, so what will happen? So there are a lot of things going on. So what we use a lot of organic ways to protect the body before we put it on fire, and also we try to use a lot of plaster of Paris, so that the other person will be safeguard themselves. But as you rightly said, that this would be a very difficult situation for the family to manage the situation at this point of time, because no one is there with that person who is almost on the bed and not able to survive. So that's the difficult part. But that's what it is. We need to save humanity, and that is what it requires right now.
No, I agree. I agree with you. We have to think about humanity first.
Yep.
But on the other hand, you know that there are a lot of hospitals where a lot of dead bodies are there, and they don't know where to put those bodies, because they have those body packs with all kinds of stuff, but they don't know how to do it, because they are shortage of those buried places, and shortage of people to manage those things, and they are putting on I have seen on Fox News, they put everything on a trailer, and they are finding a place where they can decompose them.
Yep.
I think
scary.
we didn't, I think in a pandemic situation, because I guess I keep reflecting back to 93 days, what they did in Africa. Instead of taking all the sick people to the normal hospitals, they established a hospital just for the pandemic virus, right? And it wasn't the most beautiful hospital. Unfortunately, many people died there. But they did the same thing. They established a mean of proper disposal of the infected bodies, so that you would not reinfect the animal species or bugs. Because, somebody brought something up the other day, cockroaches, right? Look, they're going to get in there too and drag that disease around. So you have to properly dispose of the bodies so that that disease isn't just sitting there, because we have seen a situation where the bodies were not properly disposed of and they reinfected more human bodies later, years later. So all of these things have to be thought through. We got to hope that our leaders, our scientists, and medical professions are putting these stages in place. And we just I truly believe no matter how much testing you do, the only real way to protect yourself right now is to stay home.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you.
There is no real treatment, people. The malaria treatments are all hydroxyline and resveratrol. They're all just maybes. Okay.
Yeah.
And some people survived them with the help of them, and some people probably haven't. We don't have enough data. People were touting things out there that just didn't have any supported data behind them. And they should not have. They should have waited until the scientists in the medical industry had a little more firm foot on what's really happening. And then we had a very sound researcher come on our show, Markowitz, who said, just your basic steroids, anti-inflammatories, and sinus medications can help. It's just.
I think it was a case of first in, best dressed kind of scenario.
I think it's how much money each person touting has invested in the drug they're touting, right?
Absolutely.
You have invested this $2 million. Okay. Tout away.
and that's what we have. So the only thing I can say for that scenario is at least it gave us hope, for another 5-10 seconds before somebody else came up and say, okay, now mine is better.
Oh, Willie, you're rare.
If nothing else, let's have hope. Even though it jumps from one to the other.
Oh, Lord. False illusions. We think testing is going to help, but we know you can get reinfected. Or are you getting reinfected? Could it have been that it just never really left the body and went dormant? Like sometimes cancer goes dormant in the body. And I think this is where a DNA expert, we have access to a DNA research lab that we keep trying to line up the meeting, and we just haven't been able to. He's been so busy. But I believe it's going to boil down to a lot of DNA, and whatever mutated formation this is, we do know that, it's one of many strains of COVID or Corona, and it could have been man-made. It could have been a partial man-made. We don't know. Like Ann Kent said, we don't know. We don't know the origins yet. I don't think we will. I think that's been covered up. By nature or by human. It's been gone. It's gone. That part's long gone. Now we just have to figure out how to live with it. And this is what my prayer's been. In the beginning, I was praying to God to ask him to deliver us from this evil and plague. But instead, I'm now asking him to help us learn to live with it in peace. In other words, let us make friends with it and figure out how we can live with it in peace rather than it attack us and we attack it. It could just be another living being we have to learn how to live with. I don't know. And we think it's a virus, right? I mean, we call it a virus, but it could be smarter than us. We don't know.
Let's not forget 8% of our DNA currently is virus DNA, or RNA rather.
Yeah, exactly.
8%. 8% is not a small amount. And that's because there have been viral infections for human beings over the ages. And part of our body's response is to incorporate that RNA or DNA because there are different kinds of viruses. This one happens to be RNA. And we have RNA in our body. We have messenger RNA. We have so many kinds of the synthesis of proteins uses RNA. So we will either beat it or join it. I saw a very interesting clip on YouTube because I'm still researching this, where there's this lovely scientist, Miss Corbett, Dr. Corbett, a lady who is working on a certain angle. Now, you know, this virus has got little spikes all over the around sphere, and that spike protein helps it enter our cells. So her vaccine is working on destroying that spike protein, so it cannot enter the cell. So it keeps the viral RNA intact, but it is kept outside the cell, so it can't can't do any infection. And that's quite an interesting angle to it. I just thought, there's a ray of hope out there. She was being interviewed by Anderson Cooper, the CNN chappie, the anchor, and there was Dr. Gupta, one of those fancy, doctors who very high profile in the US, who was there, and he seemed to buy her strategy. There are other strategies, of course, to actually destroy the RNA itself. But, it's very hard to do that when your own body has got RNAs.
And you're absolutely right about that. I mean, I think we need to get back to understanding our own science, DNA and RNA, and how things are established. Our bodies are mostly water, too. We don't put enough water into it. I will report something that has come across. Last night, we exceeded the amount of deaths that we have in the whole period, with reported of 4,591 people died in 24 hours. In 24 hours.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot.
And Kim, you know that what happened? I mean, I was going through that Trump press conference at White House, and that's what the White House said, that they are on the peak. And that day they have death, more than 2,500 people died within 24 hours. And if you calculate for like 40 hours, you have more than 5,000 people have died.
And the odd thing is the way we count this. A friend of mine was talking about how India is reportedly having a relatively better fatality rate or that sort of thing, and I think that it's all a matter of counting. And it's not just India. Even in the UK, they were not counting the deaths that happened in old age homes, retirement homes, and there was, of course, a strong reaction to that, saying that they were airbrushing the deaths of older people, which is quite tragic, because the numbers could be far more than what is put out in the news.
Absolutely.
So
I agree.
If you look at it from a completely different angle, if we see ourselves as part of nature, and if you look at say a tribe of chimpanzees, a family of chimpanzees or gorillas or whatever, because they're quite similar, we have 98% of the same DNA. You find that those that are not the fittest die, and maybe nature is just telling us that we've because of civilization, and civilization is a good thing. It values each individual. We try to protect every individual, including those who are wounded or born genetically less capable. We try to give them all a good quality of life, but perhaps with the numbers that have happened so far, we have kept certain genotypes. A genotype is your individual genome, not the group genome, and perhaps you have kept some that would not normally have survived. You've kept them alive because of this construct of civilization, and nature is saying, sorry, we don't accept that. You know, we're going to evolve in such a way that people who, like me, who develop diabetes are less genetically survival proof or survival equipped, rather, and so they need to go. Who knows?
Hmm. And the other part I'm really scared and worried about is the mass surveillance component of the whole thing. I mean, we need to have the mass surveillance to be able to monitor people, the contacts that people that have the virus. I can see that, and I appreciate that happening. My question would be, when does it end? When this whole thing is over, you know? And what happens to the data collection when this is over? Does it end also with that?
It never ends once the administrators
Yep,
get hold of it.
absolutely. That's a given. That's a given.
This story will live timelessly.
Siri is listening.
Siri
Alexa
is
is
listening. Oh
listening.
yeah. Oh yeah. It was Alexa. So have y'all seen that really weird Alexa video going around? I sent it.
No,
Last
no.
night. Did you
Okay.
play it? So somebody apparently asked. Now you know Alexa listens to everything, and no doubt in my mind, a government official might have Alexa or Siri in their pocket at a meeting, and it recorded it. Because let me tell you something. That's what Alexa and Siri and all these devices were designed to record everything, whether you knew you were being recorded or not. And so somebody asked Alexa, did the government cause the coronavirus? You can play it back. And Alexa answers. I sent the video. It's just a video. Don't take it for seriousness, right? It's a video of Alexa answering back about how, in October of 2018, they did a pandemic sample of what would happen, planning this. And it was all in government meetings and stuff like this. And so this is Alexa telling you the government meeting that she heard about. So anyway, it's very interesting. The person videotaping the Alexa talking about this is a little nervous, right? They're going to take this down, so I'm going to get this as fast as I can because they're going to take this down again. And I thought that was interesting. So good morning, Dr. Rajat and Alexander. Now I'm supposed to say doctor in a different way. I threw away my paper.
Dr. Sahab.
Dr. Sahab. I had it written down somewhere, Dr. Sahab. Yeah. So I knew I'll get this. I'll figure this out. So good evening.
Good evening.
And how are things in your world?
They're better. We're holding on, still holding on.
Any good news for us?
Very soon. So we are working on the vaccine. Nothing yet, but we are very hopeful.
We're very, very hopeful.
What are you discussing with the patient right now? Because it's difficult for you to diagnose and see the patient. So what kind of consultations or positiveness you are sharing with your patients and around the world at this point of time? Because everyone is in a bad situation and everyone is mentally and physically exhausted. But still, we have to be hopeful and try our best shot to fight with this pandemic.
So I'm trying, the first thing I'm focusing on is reassurance to the patients that we'll be fine. We'll pull through this difficult time. In terms of patients with chronic and cancer pain patients do need opioid. So we keep refilling them as and when required. In chronic pain patients, we are encouraging them to be doing exercises, to take precautions, to build up their immunity, to be positive in a positive frame of mind. So as doctors, we are just encouraging patients and just motivating them and just reassuring them that everything will be fine.
Great. And how soon you think you will be back on the OPD side of it? Because we haven't seen any kind of guidelines for doctors that how soon they can start the OPD, or you are still looking to do the online thing?
We are doing the online thing, and I'm also doing the one-to-one OPDs also with proper social distancing and proper PPE and everything. So, but from 20th of this month, our hospital is going full blown on. So we are taking all the precautions. We are starting all our services back to normal because that's very reassuring and encouraging for the patients. The doctors are there available for them. So that is the best way out. We need to fight out. We can't sit at home and give a negative feedback to the patients.
And what's your advice for patients who are suffering from some kind of a pain in this scenario and they haven't seen a doctor, or maybe it's difficult for them to reach out to a doctor? Maybe cancer patients, or maybe a general pain thing, because as what I was discussing with Kimberly before the show, that I mean, sitting at home, it's little exhausted because you are not able to go out, and then mentally and physically, you feel that there's some kind of a pain going on, and you are not feeling the way you should feel. Although after decades, I've seen a rainbow in Delhi, so that was a good positive sign for us. But still, I mean, there are a lot of things going around.
See, chronic pain patients, there's a huge psychological aspect associated with chronic pain patients. So definitely this time sitting at home, a lot of negative vibes comes into you and the pain definitely increases. So we are just trying to motivate them to exercise, give them telephonic consultation. And in terms of cancer pain patients, these patients have real, genuine pathological pain, and so they need opioid supplements. So we are not discouraging them. We are giving them as and when required. We are refilling them more than they require, so that they are not short of medications. And we are 24/7 available for cancer pain patients.
Okay. And if someone wants to reach out to you, because a lot of our viewers would like to reach out to the doctor. So, I mean, I know that you know that we are planning a show with you on cancer and pain management. Apart from that, if someone wants to reach out to you, what are the best options for viewers and people around the world?
They can visit my website. It's www.orlandclinic.com, and they can also WhatsApp me or make a WhatsApp call to me at my number. So probably, if you want, I can put in the information, or you also have my information. You can put it across.
So I'll just rotate the ticker for our audience so that if someone wants to reach
What
out to
is your
doctor,
opinion on all of, everybody keeps saying testing, testing, testing. I'm not 100% on board with it because I feel like it's going to give us a false illusion of a lot of people being negative and maybe potentially getting out there being a little reckless. And but what is your thoughts on the testing process?
I personally feel that we should be more judicious in our approach to testing. We just cannot go full fledged out and do testing for everybody because there are a lot of people who are scared. So they've been visiting, they've been using the testing kits, especially in countries like India, where we have limited testing kits. We just can't use it for every patient. So we have to be more selective in choosing our patients. A patient with a positive history, a patient with positive symptoms and not recovering, then only we should think of doing testing for these patients. Just because we suspect a patient might be suffering from COVID, we cannot do testing for all the patients.
No, it's a bit unrealistic to say we can do testing for all of the patients. I think that we're going to have to come to a re-entry into the world. Basically, we're going to have something that maybe test our immunity systems to make sure that we are higher in immunity. I think this is a reset button, not just for the world, but for humanity to become a little more healthier and mindful of our health. And I think those are the processes we're going to have to come to re-enter. I am a patient at a pain clinic. I receive treatments once a month, and it's very challenging to have to remain home. I don't want to risk infecting my doctors or making them sick, nor do I want to go there and somebody be sick and infect me. I've stayed locked down now for probably 7 or 8 weeks. So I locked down before Trump said lockdown. And because I was watching the rest of the world. And to me, the message from the rest of the world was, you need to stay home. But for patients, you're like you said, you're prescribing medications that they can get to last through this, that they're not panicked about it. But what about patients who receive physical treatments or physical therapy? What are some things that you can recommend them?
See, patients who are doing physical therapy, we encourage them to do that at home. We are sending them exercise charts. We are sending them videos. We have made personalized videos, and we are sending to each and every patient. So there has been a lot of debate in the pain fraternity regarding whether we should go on and treat such patients or do interventions at this time. So they specifically said that patients who are in dire need, who are going to the ER with bothersome pain or they are not able to manage, then only we should consider doing an intervention. But even we know that opioid narcotics is a epidemic in states. So people are very reluctant in prescribing narcotics. But we have to pull through this difficult time, and it is better to prescribe them narcotics rather than calling them to the ER and increasing the patient load on the doctors there. So it's like catch situation. So encourage people who are managing well and people who are smart enough like you. So you should be more encouraged to do exercises at home with the help of videos, charts, but don't encourage them to come to the hospital.
No, and I'll tell you, living with the disease I live with and the pain that I can endure at times, I chose not to become addicted to opioids. They would prescribe me handfuls if I wanted it, but I choose not to. I learned something very valuable a few years ago. Pain psychologist, right? Somebody, and maybe we can line something up via phone for people, because one of the things that happens when you endure a lot of pain and live in a life of it, and there's not a lot of light, to see past, is mental therapy really helps a lot. Depression can cause you to feel worse. You're not going to want to do your therapy, and you won't get better. You'll get worse and worse. So maybe some psychology sessions that can be allowed. I know that pain psychologists helped me through a lot. It helped me think past the pain. It helped me stop thinking selfishly. Even though I knew there were people out there worse off than me, but when you start getting depressed and things like that, you're not healing. You're not sleeping. Sleep is a important part of any kind of pain treatment. And if you're not getting good sleep, you're not going to get past that. And there are just some pains you're not going to live past through, right? But pain psychology helped me a lot. And it wasn't like meditating that, they recommended meditating, but it was finding things to preoccupy your mind, right? First, you learn to accept it, and then you learn to live with it, and then you learn to preoccupy your mind. And but with positive things, not with negative things, right? And that's I found a huge just retreat with that, and it helped me breathe again. Sometimes my neurological system shorts out. I have very good lungs. Everybody thinks it has something to do with allergies, but it's not. When it shorts out, my respiratory system feels like it's crushing, and it's very, very hard to breathe. And I've learned not to panic. Right, that helps, because when you panic, that didn't help my situation at all. But to get past this is going to be a challenge for me, because I can't go in and get my treatments. But I appreciate your wise words. Are there thoughts about opening up lines for pain psychology, or just for patients to call in and talk?
Surely, that's a good idea. When I was being trained in McGill way back in 2014, So we started this online support groups for psychology patients, and definitely they do help. So that's a very good idea to
Yeah.
start a support group online.
I mean, this is depressing enough as it is, right?
It
but,
is.
but at least you got a beautiful smile and you're very happy. What are you doing day by day? What do you do every day to?
It's so lovely to hear a patient in pain, so motivating and so encouraging. You briefed out, you summarized everything what a chronic pain patient needs to do, and so it brings a smile on my face as I feel so happy. So
Oh,
that's all. So talking to the patients, getting good feedbacks is very encouraging for doctors, for sure.
well, and I thank you for being a doctor, because it's got to be challenging right now not to be able to physically be with your patients, because you got into this profession because you wanted to heal people, and it's got to be extremely frustrating on your end. Um, what are some of the things that you're doing just for you now? Now that you're maybe home, maybe less driving, are you able to do some things for yourself?
Listening to music, singing, spending time with kids, drawing, coloring with them. So that's how keeping ourselves busy and reliving our childhood again.
That's a good way to look at it. Now, with children, do they ask you a lot of questions about why am I having to be locked down? Why am I not going to school? Are they asking you a lot of these questions?
They are more concerned about why, Papa, you're not going to hospital. So they are not used to seeing me at home. So that's the frontline question to me. So they're very happy not going to school, but they're not happy seeing me at home because I'm
Oh,
after them.
oh,
So, but it's lovely. It's an awesome time. But so that's all what is positive, and that's how I'm keeping myself motivated.
are you doing a lot of research and talks about the COVID-19, about just what the patients are going through, and are these going to become patients that are going to need help after they recovered? Are they going to be experiencing lifelong pains? Is there any talk about that?
Not much, not much. People who have recovered are pain is not a major symptom in COVID-19 patients. So I don't see it as a sequelae of patients who have recovered. So thankfully, unlike other pains, post fever like chikungunya, which is very predominant in India, so they have bad joint pains. But I don't see any patient with pain recovered after COVID-19.
Well, that's a relief. I mean, that's a positive. That's the first positive I've heard about after COVID, right? We're also, so many people are so worried about the economics of things, and I think economically we will heal, but we have to heal our bodies in order to enjoy the economic challenges that we're going to have in the coming futures. Speaking of music, we're going to be starting a music show next week, and for children too. It's a young girl. She's in South Africa. She's going to have an hour morning show, Mondays and Wednesdays, and then Sunday evening. So your children could watch Sunday evening. She's going to teach about writing songs and get writing songs going. Yeah, she's very, very talented. She's very youthful and energizing and exciting. So you might want to recommend your children to listen, because music is healing. Sasha Star has a question.
Yes, I have a question. Hello, Dr. Gupta. I have a question. As lately, I was trying to educate myself as much as possible about coronavirus and how it affects different groups of people. And I stumbled into something very interesting, and I'd like to know your opinion. That people of so-called Tika are much more immune to coronavirus than other people. First of all, I was working very hard to understand the meaning of Tika. And in Wikipedia, it gives meaning that it's kind of a Nepal Buddhist religion or some kind of a part of a Buddhist religion. So I'm struggling to find more information. I don't know if you're familiar with, first of all, Zika and why they are more immune than others.
See, to be very honest, I'm not very familiar with the word and this research. But what I am listening across and reading across is people from India and people from a few other Asian countries are seen to be more uh, resistant or to coronavirus because of they receiving a tuberculosis vaccine called the BCG vaccine at the time of birth. And this is one breakthrough which might come along as the time goes on, that BCG vaccine might be helping patients to be immune to corona. So these are scientists are working on that. So probably we are on those lines that might be a reason why our country is not having those high numbers as compared to other Western world. But again, still it's into research. Don't quote me anywhere, but this is what's going on.
So there are actually, you raised two issues. Issue number one is that the people associated with the Buddhism, and not necessarily in India only, but also in Southeast Asia, they're more resistant, and the Buddhism is I'm studying about Buddhism, but I'm still know very little about it. But it seems to me that my daughter is actually she's practicing yoga and Buddhism. So what she's telling me is that because of special way of life, mental health, even what you eat, for example, exercises of different kinds, so that helps resistance. Now, speaking about the tuberculosis vaccine, um, it's been investigated in Germany that older people, more mature people who were raised in Eastern Germany when it was part of a Soviet bloc, they were
Mm,
getting vaccines, and it's been calculated that they're way more resistant than people in similar age Western Germany, or what used to be Western Germany, now it's Germany, and there they didn't get this vaccine. And so in people who were raised in Eastern Germany, they're more resistant. Do you think it's a valid point?
could be. That's what I'm saying. That's what we are working on. So that's still into research, and that's what our scientists are working in the labs, finding out if corona and tuberculosis have some common link in. So that's what we are working on, and hopefully you should hear good news very soon.
Okay, my final question. What
Yeah.
type of music do you like to listen to?
What types of news do I like to listen to?
Yes.
I spend most of my time reading about medicine. So whenever I get time, I'm do updating myself with the corona news. But otherwise, I'm not very keen in listening to the general news.
No, no, you mentioned before that you're listening to music. So
Music. Oh yeah.
yeah, I was
Sorry,
wondering
I
what type
heard
of
you.
music are you listening to?
I'm listening to Indian music, Hindi Bollywood music, old classical music. That's what I'm very fond of. Have you heard of Bollywood music?
Which music?
The Indian music, the Bollywood music.
Um, I'm familiar with Indian music. I've studied music a lot. I'm familiar with Indian music. The Bollywood music, in my opinion, it's more popular music, but has elements of Indian folklore music. Uh, I'm actually. I have one question about music. Is you see, obviously, 99% of what I've studied and learned about music, it's obviously Western classical music, and it seems to me when it started with, say, Italian masters in 16th, 17th century, and it came a full circle into avant-garde 20th century music. Uh, and although there were experiments to expand farther, like those Schoenberg, for example, and many others, Berg and others, there are limits of human ear, what it can absorb, and it seems to me that the human ear was, should I say, designed a certain way that it can accept certain type of music up to probably the end of maybe 19th century classical music, with exception of perhaps Rachmaninoff and few others who wrote a lot in the 20th century. Now, but then it cannot move forward anymore simply because of the limitation of human ear, what it can absorb, because atonal music, for example, so on, the human ear just can't absorb. So that's there is a big a problem with the development of further of classical music. And I remember when I was younger, of course, I was composing music. And one big problem that I have to motivate myself to compose was that, wow, with the music of Bach, Beethoven, Rachmaninoff, who needs any new music? It's all done. Just listen to it. It's impossible to come up with anything viable and worth listening to. Now, I'm wondering, people who are not accustomed necessarily to Western classical music, but for example, Indian music, do they have also same limitations? Is it developing still further and people can actually absorb it?
People can actually absorb it. So I probably would not be able to make the right comment regarding this question, but I feel that Indian music is again following the footsteps of the Western music. So let's see how long we can absorb, but
Mhm.
no comments on this.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Gupta, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You answered my questions.
That's good rapid fire done by Sasha for Dr. Rajat, and that was very interesting. So, Dr. Rajat, also, I mean, people would like to know that all these therapy centers are closed, and I mean, they just have to stuck at their home and do the exercise what they can or whatever the doctors are sharing with them. So, can you share some exercise for the patients so that they can at least try to do it so that they can be fit and stay healthy in this lockdown?
I'll be putting within next 24 to 48 hours core strengthening, back strengthening exercise video on my Alden Clinic YouTube page. So people should go there and visit. Following that, I'll be putting the neck exercises, the knee exercises. So probably in the next couple of days, I will be putting on all these videos, and with the help of my children, of course. So they are very motivated, and we are doing this exercise regime, and we'll be putting it on. So definitely, whoever is interested can visit my YouTube page, Holland Clinic.
And if you can share those videos
That's right.
with us, we'll put it on IBM TV as well. As our viewers know that we are starting up a new show with you. So we'll try to line up those videos with our shows, and then maybe it's useful for our viewers to have it. Also, what we are doing on IBM channel is that we are trying to challenge each other to stay fit and do some kind of an posture and exercise, which is not easy for the people to do it. So, can you challenge something to our viewers at this point of time so that we can try it out and let's see who is more fitter?
Run for 10 minutes without stopping.
Whoa, that's a good one. That's a very good one. I usually do a run for 1 minute stretch, but run 10 minutes. That's intense.
So, Dr. Rajat, also, I mean, people know how to run, but is there any, I mean, skill or a way to run smartly and, I mean, also take a breathe while doing it
Right.
because there are a lot of ways to run as well.
So you should run slowly. You should not run very fast. There should be like a brisk kind of a run, and you should
Okay.
deep breathe while running. So probably Ankit, you can demonstrate, and I can correct it.
So maybe for that we have to come up with a video basically because this not be a good time to do it. But what we generally do is we share a posture and people try to follow that posture live with us, and then we see that how or fit we can. I mean, like any yoga posture or anything. That's what I mean. I challenged to Kimberly and she did it, and I think Willie also tried a couple of times. So we try to do.
Well, sometimes you have to challenge people to encourage yourself to go to that next level, right? And Ankit challenged me something I haven't done in a long time, and it was worth knowing that I could do it. Not perfect, but I could still do it. And now I'm re-engaging and doing my stretches every day after the show. I go outside, get some fresh air, and do my stretches. Stretching is very important. Yoga, stretching, breathing, just deep breathing. Um, there's just so many things we can do to not just help slow down the pain that we're having, but also just to build our immunities back up. And it's easy to get depressed, but don't get depressed. Call us or email us at golive@ibm.tv, and we'll find a way to make you happy. We'll find you a
We were talking about show and talk, especially the tips shared by Dr. Rajat, and that's what one of the viewers mentioned, Shantanu Chakraborty, that we are doing good. That is what we require, and that's what our objective is.
It's kind of like.
Ankit, I'll be sharing the.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry, Ankit, I'll be sharing the videos with you, so you can definitely put them across. So I'll be sharing the back and core strengthening exercises by tomorrow, and you can put them on. So let's do this, and let's take this to a new level.
Let's do this.
Let's motivate people, and I
agree.
And that's a very good idea of doing psychological support groups online. So if you can encourage some psychologists to come in.
Absolutely.
And Dr. Rajat, we have discussed this in the past as well, that we should work on an app where we challenge people by doing those exercises, and we gain some points out of it, and then we can redeem those points in some kind of healthcare benefits. This is the right time to do it.
And what do you think? Crowns, and if they get enough crowns, then they can go play chess stars with the crown.
Yeah. They can in fact
you have to
learn a lot of things from Rakesh ji and learn a lot of startup things from Willie as well. So I mean, that app could be useful in different ways based on your industry. Follow-ups or reach or maybe interest.
Yes.
So if you want to learn something as well.
Very interesting. A kind of currency linked with IBM TV. That's really nice. I have a response to Sasha about Indian music, because my mother was a musician, and we have a system of ragas, which are basically tunes, and within each raga you can have different times. That is what we call tal, different timings. And so it's almost mathematical, and in mathematics you have infinite variety. So not only does the artist have some degree of freedom with respect to the way they vocalize or sing, they also have freedom with the way they can play with timings. So it's just something. When we were talking with somebody who was also learned in Western music like you, the person said that there's quite a lot of leeway for an Indian musician to express themselves within the framework of Indian music. That's just my 2 pennies worth for your question. But
thank you so much. Yeah, I'm listening to Indian music. I've found generally that it's much less structured than Western music, obviously. And you are absolutely right, observing that the system of tones and semitones, which is the basis of Western music, is, I would say, I wouldn't go as far to say that it doesn't exist in Indian music, but it's almost there. I hate to say that. It's almost there. That's what makes Indian music so, first of all, it's very original, very unusual. For example, when you're listening to, say, Chinese music, right? Chinese music has 5 tones. Basically, if you go to a piano and you press just black keys and you don't press any white keys, that's you got Chinese music. In Indian music, even 12 keys is not enough. You need probably 48 keys or something. And not that, also rhythmically, it's very diverse. For example, in Western music, you have some stuff. For example, if you listen to Greek music, Greek music are using very different time. Consistency of their timing is such that I remember many years ago I was on a Greek wedding in Toronto, and they played some normal popular music for some time, and then when the dancers stopped, they started to play Greek music with this rhythms and so on. I could not stay longer than 20 minutes. I had to leave really because it just hits you in many directions, and in order to survive, I had to leave. Sorry to say so. I mean, Greek music, probably to Greeks, it's the best ever music they listen to. It's probably the greatest thing since sliced bread. But I don't think that anybody can listen to it for more than 20 minutes. So I had to leave. Now, Indian music, I'm just getting really I would say flabbergasted by its variety, its unusualness, and what I actually say that George Harrison, one of the fabulous four Beatles, he studied Indian music a lot, and he even performed with the Shankar, and he was very, very big student and protagonist of Indian music, as you know. Yeah, and just for the respect to George Harrison, I'd like to mention that.
Yeah, there are also two styles of Indian music. There is the Hindustani music, which is more prevalent in North India. And then there is Carnatic music, which is more prevalent in South India. And both are very diverse styles. Quite interesting. Before everybody falls asleep with all my stuff about music, I will stop now.
So in a way, you can say that each Indian performer, when he composes, and probably he doesn't even compose, maybe he just improvises a new new song, for example, so on. So in a way, not only he composes new music, he also composes a new scale and new rhythm, which is just was born in his head, and he's just performing.
And Ravi Shankar was a master at that.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
He was a world-class performer.
He was world-class. He's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's very, very enjoyable. Well, see, we traveled from coronavirus to music, to different stuff. But you know what? I don't know. I have a feel that for some reason, virus, maybe I'm overly optimistic, but I think it's becoming less and less relevant as we speak. It's still there, and tragically, people are still dying, and there are several more cases. In Canada, it went up to 20,000, and people are dying. But I think we are getting down the slope slowly, and I think we will wrestle. We will wrestle.
There is a tragic case of somebody in India who had coronavirus, and I'm not sure whether he was even going to die, but he committed suicide. He jumped out from the top floor of a building. And I think that, music, as with specific reference to Kimberly's discussion about pain, I think the fear of the pain that coronavirus could cause, or what he expected from that, made him take this extremely, I would say, drastic step. And maybe if we use music to soothe or calm one's nerves, you could prevent that. Death could have been prevented.
But I want to tell you something about the suicide. I can see the reason why he wanted to, because today on one of the programs I've seen interview with a person who survived coronavirus, and he's now at home. But they showed him in a hospital where he had difficulties to breathe. Actually, he had to fight for every breath, whatever he could take. And in this state, he could really commit suicide. Yes, I can understand that. Really.
The fear is what causes many suicides. Pain and fear, the fear of not knowing what is going to happen next, and having somewhat, I guess, control. I will say this: if they had the energy to go leap out of a window or off of a roof, they would have had the energy probably to survive. So I am curious as to why they had this mental state of mind. If somebody, gave them the death sentence and said you probably won't make it, we don't know. And it's odd. I would like to believe when I watch that movie. Again, that movie is so inspiring to me. 93 Days. That the doctor tells the patients, up front, 80% of the people will not survive this. 80% of the people, but mentally, if you're prepared to fight this, you can beat it. It's here. You have to set your mind that you're going to beat it. So and he would give them a chart, right, to preoccupy their mind so that they can start seeing where the curve is, because there is a curve in Ebola that once you pass that curve, supposedly, so that would also give them incentive to keep fighting. So I think we need to get a different mental state of mind. I think information and education, right? We're not informing people well enough. Many people are probably walking into the hospital with all of the fear that they've read about and seen in the media. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to do this show, is to display to people the real facts from real doctors, what's really going on. And it's very disappointing to hear about suicides. I just, I can't fathom that person must have been all alone.
I totally agree with you on that, Kimberly. That if he had the energy to jump out the window, he also had the capacity to go in the other direction. What's happening? He had some clarity, although misguided, but he had some clarity that that was what he wanted. But that clarity could also have been his direction out of it. But that he jumped out of the window was what he chose. So he could have gone the other way and said, okay, this is not the path that I want to go down. He could have had clarity in that. And once you have clarity in something, you pursue it. You fall down,
Really?
stand up, take one step forward.
Really, there could be some other reasons that he committed
There's
suicide.
also
For
what's
example,
going on.
what,
Totally.
well, what's happened if all his stocks went down and he felt that he's at the end of his run, that's the end of story, it's about time to go?
Yeah,
get hit so
So what's happening is that I think what a lot of patients are suffering from the current situation is that they are admitted to hospitals while they are COVID positive, and they are contained in a room which is locked from everywhere, and they have a separate air conditioned ventilation going outside as well, and no one can see them. If they want if they want something to eat, they just have to press a bell or something, and then the person will drop the food outside. So there are a couple of doors, and then they have to go and go to the door and pick up the food. So they are not able to talk to anyone until unless they are tech friendly. And also, I think, doctors might be doing all those COVID related treatments, and they himself are counseling the patients about the psychology. But we need to have more psychology sessions going around, because that's what happened with the patient. He was at a hospital at some top floor, maybe seventh, eighth floor, and he was unhappy with himself that what happened to him, what happened to the family, and how things will fall in place, and till what time whether he will be able to survive or not, whether he will be able to cure himself or not. And that's why he jumped out of the window and he collapsed right away. So I think while doing those treatments of COVID patients, we also have to align a lot of psychologists, and psychologists can be aligned through digital telecommunication as well. It's not that you need to come and sit in front of
These two things.
So we need to give strength,
Thanks.
yeah, and we need to make people mentally strong, and we need to tell them that people have been successfully cured and come out of life.
Yeah, the mortality rate is not that high.
Well, not in your
Stories
country, but but you know, we just had 4,600 last night in 24 hours. In 24 hours, 4,600 people. That's what was reported. I think that's why I'm so sad today, because we don't need 4,600 people dying in 24 hours of this. This means that we're not on top of it, and you know, all the promising that they're making on a May 1st re-entry is not. It's not realistic. And the only way we're going to stop this from growing at the massive rate that we are growing is to stay home, shelters in place. There's a high homeless rate right now of infectedness, and they don't foresee, you know, it's very, very sad. Somebody was sharing with me this morning that they don't foresee the medical care for them that they need. So the majority of them will die as well. So it's not a, you know, okay, I'm going to share with you guys. When your organs go ischemic, which is what happens when they put you on oxygen, it happened to me. I should not be alive today. And your organs will shut down and die. You start to bleed out. It is the most painful experience I've ever had in my life, because I was mentally still awake when it happened to me. And I passed out in the emergency room. Somebody hauled me to the emergency room real fast. And the nurse was kicking me, telling me to get up, that it was just kidney stones, and it wasn't. My organs had shut down. Another nurse picked me up off the floor. I was drenched from the pain. I was just drenched. But I will say this, it is excruciatingly painful. To relive it, I don't know, my mind blacked out at some point. A doctor who was going home happened to walk through the emergency room at the time and noticed what was going on with me and knew it wasn't a kidney stone, and took over and saved my life. But I should not have lived at the extremity that it was, because all my organs were ischemic from not receiving enough oxygen because of the medications they were giving me over the years. So it's very painful. I think if they, by that point, they're putting these people to sleep anyway. So hopefully they won't have that pain. But it's hard to fight to live when you're in that level of pain. I will admit that I think I succumbed to whatever was going to take me. When I blacked out, I was just ready to go wherever I was going. And it, you know, to come back out of it, I was a little scared. And it was 14 days later, 12 to 14 days later. And so I understand the fear. I really do. But I think pain psychologists right now would be very healthy, not just for the people who have COVID, but for us, right? We're going to need some help living through a trauma like this. But we look at the good things. You know, the earth is healing. I go outside every day and I sense a new freshness, a new positive of the earth. I feel the animals, they sound different. And so these, and then let's don't worry about the economics right now, people. I know right now our government's fighting over something. Apparently somebody has just proposed that we get $2,000 a month for staying home. I like the idea. Yeah. Personally, I can maybe pay some rent, and then my landlord gets paid. But it's not a hoard. It's stimulus. Okay, it is not. People don't understand the word stimulus. Stimulus isn't a check that you get to invest. Stimulus means you stimulate it back into the economy, right? this cycle will rebuild itself. And I agree with the stimulus. I truly do. I agree with canceling all of our tax debt this year. That's an immediate impact. It takes care of your pressure and put that, get us the $2,000 a month and let us put it back into the economy.
Kim, but you know that 3,000 would do even better.
Hey, 3,000, I want to start making bigger bets.
Absolutely.
We had discussed a similar thing on our show yesterday, that if government will pay people to stay at home, and that should be the ideal situation, because a lot of people are outside and still they're roaming around and spreading the virus. That's what's happening in India. But if government start paying people to stay at home, it will be good for the environment and it will be good for humanity.
No,
By the way, Kim, it's a good time actually for this stimulus. I'll tell you why. Because if you remember this a great, not depression, great recession of 2008, do you remember what was happening? So somebody would walk from the bank to your apartment where you live and say, hey, why are you living in an apartment? You can buy a house. I don't have any money. Okay, here's $250,000. Here is a house. Just move in. And the house is only 200,000, but I'll give you 250,000, and you're worry free, and you just pay mortgage and so on. So, but the big difference was that at that time, Las Vegas was open, so people were immediately taking $50,000, going to Las Vegas, losing this money right away, coming back and say, oh, we can't afford to leave. Here is your house back. Take it back. I don't need it. I will go back to my apartment and forget about all that. So now, when Las Vegas is not open anymore, now it's a good time. People can't spend this money easily.
Right, and we got the perfect place to spend it. And here's something to think about. In the 2008 timeframe, a lot of people lost their jobs. My sister being one of them. It impacted the loan industry tremendously, but she had predicted that this was going to happen when Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae came up with that new idea of just pay the interest rate only. And then what happens is people didn't pay attention to this. So, I could go buy a bigger home with less money, but they didn't realize that all of this interest rate and principal and everything was packed together. And in 2 to 3 years, you owed it all. Nobody was looking at that the banks never give you money in your benefit ever. All right. I'm just telling you guys right now, the banks don't do that. That's not what they're there for. They're there to make money and to take your home if you can't pay it off. So be very, very careful. But I remember my sister saying, this is the biggest tragedy that will ever happen to the U.S. And sure enough, it was. She lost her career that she had established for many, many years. Several years later, after the economy picked back up, her old employer started their companies again and called her back. But she had to go several years without a solid income, and she ended up going and taking a $10 an hour job at the emergency room because that was the only place hiring. And she worked overtime and everything to help support her babies. But that was a very bad time. You're right. There were some people who didn't feel that impact, but they were just giving loans, and people were taking the money and going on vacations and blowing it, and they weren't very responsible. You're absolutely right.
Because
Tell me, Kim,
because they
have you seen
didn't
the
earn
movie
it.
Big Short? Big Short movie.
Yeah, I have.
Have you seen it,
I've seen it and I can't remember. But yes.
Well, it was a fantastic movie because four guys, independently from each other, they came with the idea to short all the housing market or so on, which was incredible at the time. Now we understand what they did. It was a fantastic thing. But at that time, so people were looking at them like they were crazy, absolutely. And what made up their minds, they wanted to see some of the underlying mortgages in the bundles that the banks were pushing at the time. So they went to see some of the underlying real estate. So they go into Florida to see a house on which was a mortgage of, say, $400,000. It's nothing but a swamp. There were crocodiles in the backyard. So nobody lived in this house for ages. used to say, oh my God, and that house has a mortgage of 400. That's what made their mind to do what they've done. So that was very, very interesting. I saw it twice. First of all, it was a very well made movie. Yeah.
Having been a banker once, I would say one thing: mortgages are the safest form of lending that a bank can do. And I think that governments must ration the amount of mortgages that a bank can do. They should say all the rest of the money you have to use to develop industry. Because
Absolutely.
industry is what adds value.
Yes.
A
Not
house,
mortgages.
I agree.
Not mortgages.
do not add value. Most bankers that I worked with were lazy. As the higher up they went in the bank, the more
right.
Lazy they got.
lazy. Because working with industry means evaluating risk. And I have seen very few bankers who are good at evaluating risk, especially industrial risk. I have a good friend who is, pretty wealthy now and is retired, but he was one of the, I would say, a real expert in evaluating industrial risk. And unfortunately, in banks, they tend to the moment you talk of risk, it is like the plague. Risk gives return. If you do not take risk, you do not get returns. And if you have to grow an economy, the bank's job is not to grow mortgages, it is to grow the economy, grow jobs. And jobs come from industry. They do not come from housing.
From mortgages.
No, you're right. You're right.
In New Zealand, that's the problem. Almost all of the big banks, their lending portfolio is hugely skewed in favor of mortgages because that's the safe bet. What's going to happen to a house?
And they rarely they claim that they invest in businesses, but they, like you said, they rarely take that risk. And but some of the things that we're going to be talking about, and we're building that particular kind of show, is investing in business and the safe way to do it. Because when I wrote my book, I didn't write it just for the startup. I wrote it for the investors too, because there's so many investors who go out there and they're just blind to what it really takes to do a startup. Some of them even did a startup, somehow or another got lucky, made a lot of money, but they're still not quite sure what a real bootstrap startup is. And there's so much involved. When somebody tells me I only need $150,000, I just see fraud right then and there. I'm like, you didn't do your homework. Heck, my paycheck's $150,000, right? So how are you paying your people? How are you paying your taxes? How are you paying your debt to build whatever it is you're building, the engineers or whatever it is, your manufacturing or baking if you're making food, restaurants in the U.S., I think somebody told me it's like $100,000 just to get a license for liquor. $100,000 just to get your license to serve liquor. You're going to have to serve a lot of alcohol to recover that. But like you were saying, risk and reward, high risk, high reward. Also high risk, high loss. Sometimes you're going to lose. And in the startup industry, we know that 90% of the startups that are invested in fail. There are a few programs out there that are working, and they actually have the reverse of that, but it's a lot of due diligence. People don't understand, having a business, a startup is like a baby. I always say it's like that spouse you got to push off the couch, but it's also your child that you're going to spend 24 hours a day caring about. That's right.
When I was doing my MBA, we had in India a bank called the Industrial Development Bank of India. And they had forms which you had to fill as an entrepreneur. And those forms were so comprehensive that they would make you think about things that you probably didn't think of. You're so obsessed with your baby, your passion, but the forms would bring you to reality and say, these are what you need to look at. That bank is almost out of existence now in India. And it's because, and when I asked people in New Zealand, where is the Industrial Development Bank? And they said, what? They didn't even know of the concept,
No,
So,
Rakesh, the answer is that bank is developing. That's where it is.
So, unfortunately, this and I've noticed that the New Zealand banks are just a reflection of the Australian banks. They're all owned by Australian banks, and Australian banks are doing the same thing. And then they're wondering why, they have this problem of a portfolio that is skewed in terms of mortgages. I think Oceania has a long way to go. India is unlearning what it had already learned, and it is tragic because we need to have. I don't say we don't need we need a communist kind of government. Obviously, that's not right. But we need a balanced economy. Canada is an example. Sasha, you know about it. Of a mixed economy, and hey, the Greeks were right. The golden mean. You can't have an excess of capitalism. You can't have an excess of communism. But a good, rational, sane mix will. Development of industry is a government interest thing. They need
because
to get
it creates
jobs.
Employment. Employment pays taxes.
And they need to sponsor those. They need to sponsor those banks so that it mitigates some of the industrial risk, not completely, but it make it a mixed enterprise where there is, the shares floated on the market as well as government investment. It's a mega elephant in the room. I don't know what's happened to it.
Well,
But
it's a very difficult proposition, and I'm pretty sure that, for example, even in Canada, where access to capital is relatively easy, not easy at all, but relatively easy. But you see, for example, if you're applying for a loan, or banks, the commercial banks, they are not going in a business as co-investors. Absolutely not. What they can do is they can issue a loan to your business, but that loan has to be collateralized. So if I have a real estate and I put one of my properties as a collateral, it's a quasi investment. It's not really investment because essentially you're using your own money, because in case of a failure, it's all your responsibility. You will lose this money. So, in fact, what Kim is saying, the entrepreneur who wants to get $150,000, and Kim is wondering how he's going to pay all his bills and salaries or so on. The answer is very simple. He will go to Las Vegas and he'll try to make $1 million. And if not, well, here we go. So 150,000 is Las Vegas. And to tell you the truth, he's absolutely right. He has much better chances in Las Vegas than to start his own enterprise or whatever it is.
Considering the odds in the startup world is 90% that you're going to fail. I agree with you, Sasha. I think I'll take my 150 grand and go to bank.
Yeah. And you know what's the best bet?
But that is just one form of banking. Not all banking is like that.
Bet.
We
Don't
have wholesale banking.
Games.
Wholesale banking. You go to a
the
wholesale
house
bank
always
and get.
wins.
Yes.
In Las Vegas, the house always wins.
Yep.
But in wholesale, you can get a portfolio from that. And that's how it works. Not all banks are skewed that way. When you go to a commercial bank, there's a wholesale component and there's a retail component. You go to the wholesale component.
Right.
And look who we had this morning.
Yeah, I got my makeshift San Diego Chargers surgical cap. I figured I'd do medical today.
Can I have
about to do surgery. Yeah.
You're about to do surgery? Oh my!
I'd like to do surgery by cutting out all the deep state politicians sitting on their hands. FDA, CDC, worthless. We got to take charge of our own health. See, none of these guys are talking about your immune system, which is the single best way to protect yourself from the supposed COVID virus. They're talking about, let's wait until the vaccine's developed, right? And I like to look at the portfolio to see how many of these guys are invested in the big pharma companies making these vaccines, like Gates. I mean, I appreciate what Gates did. His dream was to have Microsoft on everyone's computer, which is great, although he stole it from Apple. And now his dream is to what? Well, I want everybody to have this vaccine. And if it's mandated, I mean, I don't agree with that. We should have freedom of choice instead of having this mandated vaccine coming in the future with all these toxins, mercury, aluminum. Sometimes these vaccines actually have aborted fetus parts because they're more compatible, with your body. And who knows what side effects these have, because a lot of children have died of all these vaccines that haven't been proven to boost your immune system for these specific viruses. Because by the time this vaccine gets, when it's available 18 months later, the virus is already mutated, so it's absolutely worthless. I like the best vaccine of all is, guess what? Your body's innate immune system.
I agree.
Yeah, so I'm working with the Indian doctor in Las Vegas, Dr. Bill Sin, and we're teaming up, and he's developing this natural vaccine. What he does, he takes you IV your peripheral blood, kind of like PRP, and he spins it to activate the growth factors, the platelets, and also he combines it with umbilical cord blood. And the umbilical cord stem cells, that's what the research in China that they use to cure a few patients from the COVID virus. So it's kind of like a natural vaccine. The way it works, the spike proteins in the virus. Well, I guess the umbilical cord blood with your, PRP, it kind of attaches to the receptor of your lung cells or any cells that have what's called the ACE2 receptor. That's kind of like the receptor that the spike proteins of the virus attaches to, and then it ejects its RNA and hijacks your cells to make more viruses, zombie viruses. Well, we could put the umbilical cord blood stem cells and exosomes and growth factors to attach to that receptor, blocking that virus to attach. And the umbilical cord blood has T cells, lymphocytes, natural killer cells. These are cells that eat viruses and bacteria. So yeah, we're going to apply for a clinical trial with rapid approval from the FDA to get this available for everyone, because it's your blood. We just need some umbilical cord blood from a donor, and when we combine that, this is the natural vaccine. Plus, we can use plasmapheresis. We just started to do the SARS-2, COVID-2 rapid testing with the blood. We just prick your finger. Do you see the video on that, Kim?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So, and if you're tested negative, great. You don't have the antibodies. That means you didn't get infected yet. And then we teach you how to boost your immune system with vitamin C, D, zinc, and to prevent it. And if you are positive and you don't have symptoms, no flu symptoms, no tightness of chest, no coughing, no sore throat, no fever, no lung symptoms, no pneumonia, that means a positive test is good. That means you've had exposure to the virus. You develop antibodies, which means you develop the immune system to counteract the virus. And if you're immune, guess what? You could donate your blood and you can IV it to somebody else. And that's a natural, vaccine, if you will. So yeah, still the CDC, they can't even decide on the mask,
I know.
Triple M's supposed to make these billions of masks. Where are they? So I guess the government is kind of taking over Triple M. I don't know, maybe the Wars Act or something, so they can get production of the masks and get it to our frontline, healthcare workers who need it, risking their lives every day. Now, my nurse practitioner who does our stem cell IVs, she works at Kaiser too. Kaiser Permanente is the largest hospital chain in California. And right now they furloughed her. Like, why did they furlough her? They furloughed all the medical doctors. So what's going on is they're having their RNs, their, registered nurses, LVNs, and these are, maybe they're another nurse, they go to a tech college, and it's like a 1-year degree, and they're doing like the immunizations in the parking lot, right? And so I'm like, why are they furloughing these MDs and nurse practitioners when we need them the most?
Right.
We need them in the front lines. And here's what she said. The hospital is not providing masks for the nurses. So the nurses have to get their own protection. Half of them don't have the real mask, the N95 or the KN95. So I'm like, what is this country coming to? We're not even protecting our own. And like I said in the last podcast, the problem is all these MBAs who are all the CEOs, the hospital administrators, they never see patients on the front line. It's the nurses and sometimes the doctors. So they don't know what these frontline healthcare professionals are doing.
I'm
I hate to get
concerned here
political. It's kind of
because
like, it's kind of like the Gulf War.
this is
So
your
when we went to the
PPE
Gulf War,
equipment. Yeah, this is the PPE. You need a shield.
exactly.
You need
Yeah,
you need
it's all
gloves.
HIPAA. They're violating HIPAA. And there's a nurses union. They should just, say, hey, we want our masks.
Is there not a
costs
union?
It costs a few dollars. They're not going to spend it on that.
It costs a few cents, actually. I can get them if somebody needs them. I have access to thousands and thousands and thousands of masks.
Well, we got to make sure it's the N95 or KN95. Now, the normal masks are good for the general public, but when you're on the front lines and you got people coughing, and that's the thing, even if you do the gold standard test, the swab method, you got to put a cotton swab down your throat to get a culture, and you're going to get a gag reflex.
You're going to cough.
The hypoglossal nerve. And you're going to cough, and then the nurse is going to be exposed to respiratory droplets, like I explained in my last podcast. So they need the KN or N95 mask. 95 means it blocks out 95% of micro, particles. Like the coronavirus is about 150 nanometers. Well, this mask can block it out, but normal mask, it'll go right through. So we need to make sure it's the right mask.
Now they've got the shields, right? That they've been giving a lot
of them don't even have that. So guess what? You can make your own shield.
Say that the doctors have them, but the nurses, I've even been told the
doctors aren't even there. They're like doing telemedicine, putting the nurses on the front line unprotected.
I've been told that the receptionists are unprotected. There's no protection for the receptionist.
It should start from the ambulance and the people who are on the front line, and they put the patients in the hospitals. So it should start from the channel A, and then it should end till the nurse section.
That's why
what happened in India, Dr. Yu? What happened in India? A lot of ambulance drivers.
The hospital
executives,
the hospital administrators need to be healthcare professionals, MDs, nurse practitioners, DOs, DCs, whatever, people who have experience seeing patients personally on the front lines, who understand and have compassion not only on the patients, but the providers. They're just a bunch of armchair quarterbacks looking at the financial statements of the hospital, because most of them are going bankrupt. They only operate on 3% profit margin. and they're making their decisions off of dollars and cents and not common sense. So we got to fire all these non-healthcare CEOs, these hospitals who get bonuses on poor patient outcomes, because the poorer quality of health, the more you're in the hospital, the more they can milk your Medicare and insurance. And guess what? What happens to the patient? Well, the hospital is the worst place you could be for your health. 800,000 deaths from iatrogenic illness, which is being at the hospital, MRSA virus infections, now COVID-19 infections, side effects from drugs like opioids, 150,000 deaths, botched up surgeries, blood clots from surgical procedures, because a lot of people are on blood thinners, right? They're more exposed. So, and these are the type of patients that come in because we take what we call the failed medical cases. Patients have been told nothing can be done. They've tried the drugs, injections, surgeries, nowhere to turn. So now I'm part of a movement of more than 500 private wellness medical centers to change the paradigm of medicine and get back to the old country doctor model where, hey, we're the ones that are midwives. We're your pediatrician. We're going to take care of you when you get older. We're your geriatric specialist. Instead of jumping from provider to provider who are not on the same page. And now it's just about being a specialist because there's no money being a general practitioner. So we are on a mission to get back to the old country doctor mentality. Hey, you don't have any money? You lost your job during this pandemic? Give us some chickens. We'll give you care.
They do that in Mexico. They
family doctor culture, what you have, because in India we have a family doctor who guides us where to go. I mean, if suppose someone is suffering from some chronic disease, the doctor will guide you where to go.
Medical students don't go. They don't want to be a general family doctor. There's no money into it. They don't pay what they're worth. It's like being a school teacher in the U.S. You're not paid what you're worth.
Yeah.
In Europe, they take care of them very well, but here it's one of the lowest paid professions. And so, and here's another thing. In medical school, the big pharma companies, they're the largest contributors, so they control the curriculum. You have this symptom, you need this drug. So we need to get out of that allopathic drug-based paradigm and get into a wellness paradigm. And get out of this. It's not healthcare now, it's sick care. Because in medical school, you learn how to manage different body parts, different systems in a disease state, and not the whole body in a health wellness state. So we definitely, this is a big wake-up call because the U.S. was totally unprepared for this. It's inept, incompetent. They're saying, oh, the solution is get more intubators. Well, no. The solution is get more oxygen to the lungs. All right. We need more oxygen delivery systems, masks, hyperbaric oxygen. There's a small company in Texas. They made this portable hyperbaric. It's like a helmet, and it puts the oxygen, into your breathing space. And that's going to save more of these COVID patients with severe acute respiratory distress syndrome in their lungs than these intubators, because when you're 80 years old and you have pneumonia and weak lung muscles, you can't really use the intubator well. So you're going to gag. It's going to cause more stress. Your body's going to attack it. It thinks it's a foreign object. You're going to get more mucus because it's acute inflammation. And 70-80% of people intubated with severe COVID lung symptoms, they don't make it. They pass away. And why are they saying intubators is the answer? Because you could bill insurance for it. And you have to go to, urgent care, the emergency room at the general hospital to get it done. And even if it did work, it's not scalable. We need to scale the oxygen delivery systems. But again, no one's talking about that. And if you talk about that, you talk about hyperbaric oxygen therapy, you talk about ozone therapy, hundreds of published studies saying it's effective. to kill viruses, bacteria, pathogens, very healthy for the lung function. High doses of vitamin C, they're using everywhere. But here you get Google slapped. Oh, you can't say high dose vitamin C boosts your immune system. You can't say zinc. It helps break down, viral walls in your throat. You can't say colloidal silver helps. It kills pathogens. You can't say umbilical cord stem cell therapy.
You can't do
has
that.
been used to, make natural killer cells to, kill the virus like they did in the China study. Although there are rapid approval FDA stem cell and exosome studies, to show that it enhances your immune system's T killer cells to kill viruses, natural killer cells. You can't talk about that because Google is just a big pharmaceutical company in disguise. And whoever controls the media, right?
Yeah.
Controls what is advertised there.
To think Google has gone from, guys who started with racked hard drives on bread racks to a big, influencer in the pharmaceutical industry is scary.
Well,
but I got a question
like
for
they
you.
follow what's the boom?
More about
Internet
adventure
technology,
to the world.
computers, Bill Gates, Microsoft. Great, I get it. But now he's into vaccines. I mean, he's the largest contributor to WHO, and they've done nothing. But now they're saying, "Oh, use remdesivir," and that's the antidote drug.
That's another pharmaceutical push.
So now they're plugging Chinese pharmaceuticals, and they're the ones that started this whole mess. They didn't tell the world
pharma
in time that this virus exists. Go protect yourselves, and now they got the antidote for it. That's very convenient.
I agree.
I'm glad Trump
question for you
canceled the funding of WHO because they're not doing anything. They're just ripping Americans off. So
I got a question about the just recently, I guess, we're talking about the social distancing and everything, yet our own government, I don't know if they got blessed with a certain kind of holy water on Easter, but they're all elbow to elbow at a press conference. I don't know if you saw it, but and I've tried to stay away from watching those, but it happened to be on Sunday evening when I was taking a break, and I thought, well, I'm going to just see what they have to say. And they're standing there elbow to elbow, barely able to move on the podium. Are they immune? And we don't know about it?
I know they don't have their masks.
They don't have their masks. They don't have gloves.
Definitely not 6 feet apart.
No, they're like this.
Did you see my video with the Japanese study on, they filmed how long your respiratory droplets hang out in a room? It's like, it can be like 20, 40 minutes, even talking, the mist, from the respiratory droplet, you don't see it, right? And obviously these folks are infecting each other if they had the virus, but what's going on here? Why aren't they afraid? Why aren't they applying the very social distancing
about
mask
100
measures?
People in the room. There's about and we know aerosol. So there's about 100 people in a press conference room, and they're on the podium like so tight, they're bumping into each other and moving each other. And I'm sitting here going, wait a minute. Was the holy water blessed today that they're immune, or are they taking a pill? They're not afraid. So I have to wonder what's and then the WHO, they were holding press conferences with the WHO where they're crammed into a boardroom, right?
Let me tell you something about WHO. Okay, so
the common sense. Where's the common sense?
Look at the label. Look at the logo of WHO, right? You have the world, right? Panacea. And you have the snake on the serpent on the staff, Claudius. Well, that serpent and the staff, it comes from when in the Old Testament, when people were bitten by snakes, the antidote was the venom. And that's when Aaron used this. Moses turned a snake into a staff, and they used the venom to cure all these diseases. And now it's the symbol because it symbolizes kind of like witchcraft or, a vaccine, pharmaceutical cures, right? Based on not good spirits, but evil spirits, I think, the venom, the witchcraft, right? Why would they use a snake? It's supposed to represent health or peace, right? I mean, it's very it's not spiritual in a good way. It's a bad spirit, and you could even Wikipedia it. Yeah, it's like Claudius. It represents healing through witchcraft, or now vaccines, right? And now they want to push this vaccine agenda.
It's about the dollar.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, don't even get me on the dollar. I mean, look at the pyramid, the all-seeing eye. It all goes back to the Knights Templar, and don't even get me go. We could do a whole show on that.
It's I would bank on voodoo before I would our government right now. This is Corona.
And even everybody, the American Medical Association, it's the same symbol, Claudius. It's a serpent on the staff. It's all about.
Dr. Yu, I think we are having some trouble listening you. Can you clear a mic, because I think there's some issue listening you today.
Can you get a mic? A mic.
Okay. All right.
That's something, especially with Dr. Tula too. We need to get Dr. Tula and Sagu a mic that they can talk into. But Ankit, you have a question for Dr. Yu?
Yeah, so I was concerned that, apart from doctors and nurses, there are a lot of people who work on the medical industry, and they also are the front runners in terms of dealing with the patients at the first time. So a lot of ambulance drivers in India, they were on a strike just because they are not secured in terms of the insurance, and also they don't have the required PPP gear. They are ready to work, but they don't have it. As you know, it's shortage around the world right now, because no one was ready with those PPP equipment and those protocols to, carry the patient till the time the patient reaches to the ICU or maybe a separate room. So while doing all those things, we required a lot of, lot of different hygiene or maybe PPE products to protect ourselves and to protect our doctors as well. And I can see the shield behind Dr. Yu. I think this is one of the we can use right now.
I graduated from Michigan State University, so this is my this is what I wear every day. All right.
Wow.
I got my shield right here. That's a lambda. All right.
Wow. Okay.
And then I got my sword right here. Spartan shield, and my helmet. In the Bible, it says, "Put on your helmet, your breastplate, your shield, and your sword." The sword is the Bible. We're going to kill spirits, right? The Word of God is there. It's a shield to protect yourself from Satan's arrows. In this case, it's the agenda from the deep state. Big pharma. If China did release this virus on purpose to tank the economy, there is a trade war there. But a lot of people, they don't understand there's a spiritual world, and there's a spiritual battle going on. And now this is a wake-up call to the world that, hey, it's not about your comfort. It's not about just saving for retirement or living for yourself. It's about helping your neighbor, loving your neighbor. Yeah. And we got to get back into taking care of people wholeheartedly instead of just, living for yourselves, right? Now, I will say this. When I was a medical missionary in Honduras, which is like one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere, their healthcare system is better. So when I was being trained, to do some, although I was a chiropractor, they trained, there was a lack of general practitioner physicians. So they actually trained me on the mission field in how to prescribe antivirals, antiparasitics, prolotherapy injections. I was the push man for OBGYN. When someone was pregnant and the baby wouldn't come out, I was the guy who pushed the stomach. And they call a German doctor to help that, of course. So with the Honduran medical system, before you get your medical license after you graduate medical school, you have to volunteer for public service. So for 1 year, you treat the public, and you only get like a residence pay, but you cannot work, you cannot practice. Now think about it in the US. When a doctor graduates from medical school, they either start a practice, join a group, or a hospital right away because they got $200,000 in student loan, right?
Yeah.
Well, why don't they do it like Honduras, where the government subsidizes their medical school? You work for a year, so that way all these folks in the U.S. with no health insurance or they're failed medical people, they get the care. And that'll solve this failed medical system in the U.S. Why do they let them just go work right away? Hey, do your public service, right? And all these underprivileged folks who don't get good medical care, they get treated. So I mean,
I agree with you. We're going to have to get back to a more realistic platform. For years, the doctors in the U.S. really have not earned their pay. The insurance takes it all. So the insurance has played the middleman. And I think Rakesh, I wish he were here still for this conversation, because he embellishes on this conversation greatly, because he understands how that happened and took place. But that they take all the money. The medical care industry gets very little of it, and the people who need the medical care get rejected most of the time. So, but Ankit wanted to know a question. I don't know if you heard him, but he was talking about the frontline people being the EMTs, and in India there's a concern and issue because they don't have the PPE equipment. Am I asking the question right, Ankit? I just don't think Dr. Yu.
Yeah, so we're trying to get the N95 masks in too, right? This is a sample from Triple M, who's dragging their feet on getting them produced, and I don't know why. They're going to profit a lot, but so when we try to put an order, a lot of orders are having a hard time coming in the U.S. because a lot are manufactured in China, like everything else, like a lot of our drugs. So why is the U.S. Customs making it hard to get these items in, which are needed in short supply? They should make it easier, right? So when I try to put these orders in, I hear it every time. Oh, we ran out because France bought them all, or we cannot produce enough, or FedEx and DHL they're banned from shipping this to the U.S. And I'm like, wait,
or Canada.
Isn't there an anti-monopoly law in the U.S.? How come only Triple N could make 95 masks? We need this the most. And now that's why India is not getting the masks they need, because
or Canada
is exactly, they're restricting access. So
here's what I don't understand is we have converted a lot of the factories here in the U.S., especially up in New York, have been converted to making masks according to the CDC approval. So CDC gave the standards that need to be manufactured. And so it's not just 3M. There are various other companies. And then you have universities turning their 3D printers into shield printers. They're printing shields as fast as they can and getting them into the local hands. Why are we not doing this on a local level? In other words,
you can make your own. You can make your own mask. The Surgeon General made a video how to make your own mask, but that's good for the general public, not for the frontline healthcare workers. You can make your own shield.
Mine like this. The good
there you go.
Cowboy way. It's folded. It's double, right? Yeah. So it's double layered. And then I learned something really cool.
Hey, you look like Annie Oakley, a cowgirl now.
Yeah. This is from my Texas days, because we would do this to keep the dust off of our face when we were out in the field.
Hey, you just need your cowgirl hat and your kickers, and you'll be all set.
Oh, I got it. So,
we can add one layer of a bounty or a tissue in between those clothes. I think that would work as a filter. What do you think?
Well, the problem with that is it gets very hot when you're working. And, for me, I hate wearing this thing. My ears hurt. My nose hurts. And guess what? After a few hours, I'm like, man, I can't work anymore. My nose hurts. My ear hurts. So
Yeah.
the more stuff you put on, I mean, you don't feel like wearing it. There you go.
Yeah.
There she is.
But
Doctor, you may have.
I learned something about glasses when you put on the mask like this, that it fogs your glasses. But I learned a trick. If you fold, for whatever reason, if you fold it over, you won't fog your glasses anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, but look, I don't want to live like this either. This is actually my favorite mask because it doesn't feel like it's suffocating me. And it's cooler for whatever reason. It's cooler than the others, but it fits better.
I've also seen a lot of PPE gears in India and in videos on news that they have that oxygen also flowing around that PPE because the shield is like till the shoulder, and while taking care of the COVID patient, so they have that oxygen which is supplying the mask, and the mask is fully equipped, so there is no air passing.
There you go. This is what we're going to have right here. This is it.
Oh yeah.
That's it, guys. That's our life.
So let me show you my mask and shields.
That's it. I mean, it's been designed for us for a long time.
Now all the grocery stores, not only do they make you get a mask here in Irvine, California, you have to have a shield now. So when I go to the grocery store, I'm going to wear this now. I got that model too.
All right. Oh, you got the real one.
Wow.
I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous.
Nothing's getting through here. The Darth Vader, level 5 hazmat suit. I mean, it'll filter out anthrax, any bioweapon there is, even the COVID-19 bioweapon.
But it's been in our design for many, many years. The science fiction writers designed it for us years ago. I think we're just going to have to own up to it.
And I'll show you my next one here too. I got I got the Spartan one. I'll wear that for the next podcast. Here's the Luke Skywalker X-Wing fighter helmet and shield. So I got this too. Yeah.
I like that.
They should make it so I could put this mic in and I can speak through here. That'd be good, right?
Yeah.
Wow. That's nice.
So bicycle helmets, motorcycle helmets.
Ready to be a superhero because he has all the right elements and all the right knowledge to proceed and save the world.
Well, guess what?
This is how babies are coming into the world now. So we're preparing our future for a shield over the face. This is the life, right? This is the life that we're.
Crazy.
It is crazy. It's hard to wear a mask. I see people wearing the shields everywhere now. But I can't believe that the frontline people, the EMTs. Now we spoke with someone who is head of the fire department, and they have been trained for the COVID-19. They have to suit up when they go to any call now. Any call.
So hot. Yeah.
I know, but they have to suit up for every call. They have to treat every call as if it's COVID-19. They are not to enter the homes. They are to try to get the body out of the home and then from there. But the EMTs here, that's how they've been trained to deal with this. And then we've learned today that our death rate just leaped to 4,600 in 24 hours.
Well, one of my friends from church, I think her sister is a nurse, and her sister's husband is a first responder fireman. They both don't have proper masks and shields. Isn't that crazy? And they're in the front line. So, yeah, even our first responders are not well equipped. That's what happened in the Gulf War. After 9/11, which I think it's like another Reichstag. I find it very hard to believe that those buildings came down just with a plane. The first responders, the firemen, swore there were detonators on the bottom. And of course, you're scaring America. Oh, what do we do now? Oh, let's invade the Gulf. And it was a big ploy to get the oil. We know that. So it's very hard to think, why would we sacrifice our first responders, for these agendas? It's crazy.
Well,
Now here we are again.
Question that I had somebody whose family is in the medical industry for many, many years, and she reached out to me the other day and said, "Can you please address the issues to why the doctors are being fired right now?"
So the doctors and nurses that are speaking up, complaining to their unions or interviews, we don't have proper protection. And let me just revisit the Gulf War. So
being fired.
When Donald Rumsfeld was a Secretary of State, sent the U.S. to the Middle East. The armored vehicles had no armors, the Humvees. So he's sending these soldiers in without armor, and there's a lot of the IEDs, the explosive devices, are gonna, tear them apart. And now you have these veterans with, blown off appendages stuff.
What it was they decided to cut corners.
Yeah, so instead of having the proper protection,
right?
And we are sending the doctors and nurses, our frontline soldiers,
in front of the IED, IEDs, and it's gonna blow up on them.
So we can't depend on the government to protect us, medically or financially. You have to take your health care into your own hands. All right.
You think I would trust Trump with my medical care? No.
Hey, nobody wants that job. Doesn't matter who you put in there.
I know, but
it's going to be a mess.
I took charge and I shut down 2 to 3 weeks before the U.S. did. Ankit, what you got, Ankit?
So I think, as doctor, you said that we have to change the way we have to deal with the patients, and that's what the specialists are not the future, and then physicians or the doctors who take care of the family. That is what the next plan of action. But do you think that the insurance part should also be taken care of by the doctors rather than these insurance companies who we never see and we just know the name, and whenever we want to claim our insurance things, they said it's not covered.
There's a problem. So in the U.S., I don't know about India, but there used to be a lot of private, family physicians, and they're your family doctor for life. But what's happening is they're being squeezed out of all these insurance plans. So they don't get reimbursed. They go out of business, and then they got to put food on the table to get a job in a big group or a hospital. And these hospitals and big medical groups, they're already in with all these private insurance providers, and so they can get reimbursed. But even they have harder time getting reimbursed because different coding. Yeah, they give you the red tape, and then you spend your time fighting the billing insurance company. And what happens is the patient's health care is not dependent on what they need. It's dependent on what's covered and what the hospital could milk out your insurance. It's sad, That's why we're on a mission to get the country doctor back on track, which should be the first, gatekeepers in healthcare in the U.S. Yeah.
So I was going through an article where, it's about the insurance companies globally, and people, maybe less than 10% of the people, they will be able to utilize the claims of whatever they have paid in the lifeline. So suppose if someone paid in the lifeline maybe $100,000, they are not able to take that particular premium for their health, requirements in their complete lifeline. So where's the money going? And secondly, if we are not paying to the insurance company, if I put my money in equity and in stocks, and whenever I require, I put that money into the my healthcare requirements, I think that would make much more sense rather than just paying to the companies and then waiting for the claims to happen, and then they say no, the claim is not happening.
Well, here's the problem. So, one of the mayors in one of the cities in Los Angeles, she told me that she was diagnosed with osteoarthritis of her knee, stage 4. It was bone on bone, and her surgeon said she needs to have a knee replacement. And she checked with her PPO, private insurance. It's covered, but her provider does not have a surgical center. So they referred her to another surgical center who didn't tell her, the anesthesiologist, the interventional radiologist, the surgical fee was not covered at their surgical center. They didn't tell her. So here she is thinking her surgery's covered, and she gets a bill for $76,000. And what's this? Oh, but my insurance said it's covered. Oh, but you were referred to our center, and our staff is not covered. And she's the mayor of one of the cities. If they're going to screw the mayor over, what are they doing to the average citizen?
So
It's
big pain. I mean, while
you know, yeah.
Doctor,
but I have one more question.
I have a question, please.
You, how
Sasha,
much money one needs?
go
Yes,
ahead.
Sasha, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sasha.
Yes, Dr. Yu, I'm as always impressed
Well, anyways,
with you. And I have one
you
question.
know, the whole world, a lot of them kind of try to model the U.S. They think allopathic Western medicine it's an advanced, you know, it's the ideal model. It's opposite. It's a model you don't want to follow because it's based on, you know, the allopathic model of you go to the doctor, you tell them your symptoms. Oh, doctor, I have a sore throat, I have a slight fever, I have a runny nose. You have influenza. And your doctor tells you your diagnosis, which you told them in English, you have influenza. Then your patient's like, oh, wow, he's a genius. He tells you what you told him in Latin, and you get a prescription. You know, guess what? That model's not working. It's a broken model because it's based on sick care, not health care. So,
Dr. Yu, I have
biggest
a
scam in
question.
history.
I have a question to you. I want to show you something. Have you ever seen something like this? Okay, this is Ontario Health Insurance Card. It's called OHIP. I live in Toronto. Oh,
Can you guys hear him?
yes.
So
Can you
Can you
hear
guys
me?
hear him?
if you've ever
Okay.
seen a card
Yeah.
like
Yeah, could you repeat that? Yeah.
yeah, have you ever seen a card like that? It's the healthcare card in their country.
That's Russia or
No, it's
No,
Canada.
Canada.
Toronto,
Canada? Yeah.
Province of
All right.
Ontario.
Here's
So
the
this-
problem with Canadian medicine. So,
Okay.
it's
yeah,
ideally
I'm-
that's ideal that socialized medicine it guarantees equal healthcare coverage for every citizen. But here's the problem. So, I got a practice here in Palm Desert, California, and 1/4 of the population are what's called snowbirds. These are Canadians, people in New York
Yeah.
or Washington or the Midwest. It's cold in the winter, but in the desert here, it's beautiful. It's not hot. There's no snow. Maybe it's 60, 70 degrees. And a lot of Canadians come down here for the winter. And they come to my clinic to get services that are not available in Canada, like the stem cell therapy for arthritis or pain, or now to boost your immune system for COVID. Our wellness services, you know, the IVs. That now we provide Myers cocktail, the vitamin B, vitamin C. A lot of these are laser therapy. When I lived in Detroit, a lot of Canadians they drove over the border to get LASIK eye surgery because it wasn't available. So the problem with socialized medicine is for the general healthcare, it's fine, but for advanced procedures, economics don't work out. So you have to pay out of pocket, come to the U.S. or Mexico, another country, to have regenerative medicine, stem cells, LASIK eye surgery, what have you. That's a problem with the Canadian model. So
I agree with you totally, but
that's where we're going to socialized
that
medicine.
model, you know what?
Which
That
I don't
model,
really agree with because the quality goes down.
right?
Yeah.
At
So,
least
Sasha, what's your
Canadian system. At least Canadian system makes sure that you will not get stuck with $76,000 bill.
Yeah, his last name's
Because-
Starr, like Bart Starr, the football
Yeah.
legend.
But
Was a
tell me,
Pittsburgh
since
Steeler.
you've mentioned that you practice in Honduras. Tell me, what do you think about the medicine in Cuba? It's considered to be one of the top medicines in the world, yet the country has been all very poor, and I don't think they have the latest equipment. What do you think about Cuban medicine and its model?
Do Did you guys hear what he said?
Yeah, he's asking, because you practice in Honduras, what did you think about because they're considered the world's best in medicine?
In Cuba.
In Cuba, did you think that Cuba really had the world's best medicine?
Okay, so ironically, when I was a medical missionary, there were actually a lot of Cuban medical doctors working in Honduras, and I'm like, why are you coming to one of the poorest countries in the world to practice? Well, Cuba is even more. These doctors are even more poor. I mean, it's a communist state. There's no. I mean, they get a government pension. One doctor's in Honduras. His car was so old. There was a hole in the bottom. I mean, it was a stick shift and it rusted. There was a hole. And I'm like, man, you could barely put food on the table. They're not taking care of these doctors. And so these doctors, they don't care about the money. Like a lot of doctors in the U.S., they love their profession. And I'm sure a lot of doctors in the U.S., they go to medicine because, yeah, they want to help people, right? But when the reality hits and they got to pay back their 200,000 student loans, you have to be in a model where you actually make money to pay the bills. And that's why a lot of medical doctors in the U.S. are leaving allopathic medicine to start, regenerative medicine or a wellness center, or a lot have to even go into cosmetic, spas because just to pay the bills. But in Honduras, so these Cuban doctors are refugees, and although they still get paid a pittance in Honduras, it's better than where they were practicing in Cuba because they were oppressed. But yeah, the Cuban doctors have a reputation and they're the best. They're very highly skilled, compassionate. And I'd like to hire some of them here. So yeah. Uh-huh.
What makes them so much more highly skilled again? I think I faded out.
Here's why, because so when I was a missionary there, I got just thrown in the blender. My first day, we were treating hundreds of patients. There was a dentist. The missionary doctor that I was with, he got shot in the eye by some bandits. I had to take over the missionary compound and act as the gatekeeper, like the general practitioner. And I was doing that, and prolotherapy. That's where my injection skills got good. Injecting procaine for chronic pain in joints and all that. Doing some chiropractic on the side, but there wasn't a lot of time for the hands-on treatments. And that's why they get good. They get a year of public. They have to do a public service, hands-on, seeing the worst cases. Farmers, laborers with their diets are very poor, refried beans, tortillas. They all got diabetes, degenerative arthritis because they're laborers. And you see the worst of the worst, autoimmune disease. So that's why these Central American doctors, they're more advanced. They got more practical hands-on skills, and they learn how to triage on the mission field. And that's what we need in the U.S. We need to have all these residents do another year of public service in the, in the ghettos, in the underserved populations. So,
a lot of my doctors that do volunteer in third world countries, they'll take, a month, sometimes 2 months. I don't know if it's a requirement that they have at Duke Medical Center, but a lot of my doctors have done the same thing. They say the experience alone is, because you do have to learn how to do things with less resources. You have to rely on your senses and more of you as opposed to the resources. And so they say it is a definite good experience. And some of them continue to do it even after they get their career established here. They still continue to go and donate a month or two of their time.
And I think every healthcare professional should do that, because when you're in a third world country, like our church is what's called Project Hope. And every few months we have a medical team. We go to Tijuana and we treat the underserved population. and you just see poverty like there's, their problems are nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to send my children on one of those missionary stints too. So because they're privileged, they live in a bubble. It's like they get dropped up at school. It's comfortable to get fed 3-4 times a day. They have internet. These kids have nothing, but guess what? They're more happy. And in some ways, yeah, they're more healthy than us because they're walking barefoot in the dirt. So you're grounding yourself. You're getting positive electrons, which is going to recharge your cells. You're getting a lot of vitamin D from the sun. You're laughing, you're outside, you're playing, you're fasting, you don't have a lot of food, which is healthy for you. So ironically, in many ways, these third world country folks are more healthy than us. Americans riddled with autoimmune disease, cancer, heart disease, lifestyle related illness. So
Do you think we just bring that on ourselves?
oh yeah, I mean, think of the food industry. I think they're in cahoots with Big Pharma because the worse food you eat, the sicker you get, the more of these pills they prescribe to you. Like Bayer Pharmaceuticals that make aspirin. Now the doctor says take a half baby aspirin a day to keep your blood thin to prevent heart disease. Well, long-term use of aspirin or NSAIDs, guess what? It causes ulcers in your small intestine, stomach, so your stomach bleeds, GI bleeding, leaky gut syndrome, small intestine bacterial dysbiosis. It's not good for you. So we need to replenish the microbiome with proper spore-based probiotics. But you don't hear about this in medical school, of course.
Well, it's just like when we in life we don't get finance training, right? We don't really learn about real financial maintenance and skill sets, even in accounting school. So, I mean, it's only when you start to have to apply it do you really learn.
Well, listen, let's continue the conversation. So, Bayer Pharmaceuticals bought Monsanto, which makes glyphosate, which is a neurotoxin based on DDT, which is based on Agent Orange, which they used to deforest the jungle in Vietnam so they could see the enemy better.
Yes.
And now veterans have Agent Orange. And now they're spraying that stuff in our vegetation, in our corn, which is all GMO, genetically modified, in the soy. And you're eating this stuff?
I thought orange products were banned.
No, so in California,
I thought that was banned totally.
No, if so in California, the citizens wanted to vote that if food if it's GMO, we want to label this is GMO, genetically modified, or was sprayed with Roundup, the weed killer. It was voted down. It's crazy. We're supposed to be the health state. So don't eat or buy food that doesn't have the organic label, USDA certified organic. Otherwise, you're eating these glyphosates and you're poisoning your body, causing cancer, autoimmune disease. And you got to stop eating the frankenfood.
What's frankenfood? And then, oops.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So we're gonna let Lynn talk here for just a minute. But Lynn, welcome. Namaste.
If you can hear me, wait, go like that.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay,
yeah.
So frankenfoods, right? Everything's made of genetically modified corn and soy. Can't avoid it, right? So when you're eating corn chips at Taco Bell, I mean, you're eating these frankenfoods. Who knows what it's going to affect your genes and your health? So people are like, oh, I can't afford to buy organic. Well, so I'm going to eat at Taco Bell. Well, you're either going to pay now for cheap food, you're going to pay now to shop at Whole Foods and protect your health and invest in your health, or you're going to pay for it when you have these severe autoimmune diseases like cancer or heart disease, right? Or diabetes down the road, and you're going to pay, you know, in your later years. So it's better to invest now in organic food, you know, and pay a little more than, you know, paying for when you have one of these lifestyle related degenerative
And
diseases in the future. So yeah.
I want to add to that a disclaimer, kind of
man,
not a disclaimer, but no. I want to tell people, you know, if you go to Whole Foods, read the labels. They ship in a lot of food from China. A lot of food comes in from China. So read the labels and that it's from your local carrier. You know what's better about your local foods is it helps you build your immunity system.
I can't hear right now. I can get the sound working again.
So, but it's all about building your immunity system. And if you eat from your local foods are produced in a way supposedly without a lot of chemicals. And it will help your immunity system build to live in your local area. But read those labels.
Well,
don't just go to Whole Foods and think, oh, I'm shopping at Whole Foods and I'm getting the food from the local farmer. Look to see which one's labeled local farmer versus China versus wherever. And I would be very, very careful. And I know I shouldn't do this, but I would be very careful about getting food from China right now because of the virus.
Well, let's visit the food pyramid again. All right. You know, we're taught in school at the bottom, eat a lot of whole grains, bread, cereals, wheat.
We need to do
and just eat a little fat in the top, a little protein, little fish. That food pyramid in the RDA is causing all this inflammation, autoimmune disease. It should be flipped, right? At the bottom, eat very few grains. At the top, a lot of healthy omega-3 fats, all right? And we've been lied to, oh, fat is the enemy. That clogs your arteries. It causes high cholesterol, triglycerides, and fattens you up, causes autoimmune disease. No, it doesn't. Sugar does, all right? Carbohydrates is broken down into sugar, which is inflammatory, spikes your blood glucose, A1C, you know, causes diabetes, cancer. The sugar feeds viruses and bacteria like COVID-19. So, and, you know, we've had stuff like the Pritikin diet, which is a lot of carbs, block your fat. Guess what?
balance.
You need cholesterol and fat to make brain tissue, hormones, cells, nerve
It also
tissue.
makes your skin pretty. Fat
Yeah.
makes your skin pretty a little bit. It's a balance, right? Your bodies were made a certain way on Earth to live a certain way. Like you started out, the first words out of your mouth when you first came on our show was, "We are hunter gatherers." Done. Okay, we are hunter gatherers, and that means a little bit of meat, some fat, and I remember that because I'm like, wow, I haven't heard that in a long time, and that's something I needed my slap. Yeah, I am a hunter gatherer. Let's balance this food. But that fat does help your skin and your nails, and you know, there's other ways to get it, but just be careful what you eat and look at the labels really well and know what's going on in the world. I'm very careful about eating anything that came from China. I'm looking at every label, even in my cabinets, and I'm looking at it going, if it was distributed through China in any way, I'm not going to touch it right now. I just don't feel it to be safe. Not until all of this is taken care of and we learn to live with the virus. But I think what Dr. Yu has been teaching us is not so much how to fight the virus, but how to live with it, right? To build your immunity system up, right, Dr. Yu? Did he go quiet on me?
Yeah, I can't hear that. I probably agree with you, but what I'll do is, because I don't have sound, I'm going to leave and I'm going to come back in. Let's see if the sound goes.
Okay. Meanwhile, Lynn and Dr. Mohammed, but Lynn's going to share with us. Hi, Lynn.
Namaste.
Namaste. Can you hear us? Because we're having sound issues today.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
And can Ankit hear me?
Ankit?
Yeah,
How
I can
about-
hear you, yeah.
Mohammed, you can hear me?
Yes. Very loud. Your voice is very loud.
Good.
Mashallah.
He's got a good headset. I need to find out what your headset is.
Mine?
Mhm.
It's
It's from Dollar Store.
I don't know what it's called. I'll look it
Dollar
up.
store.
I still have the box. I'll look it up in a second. But I do want to, because you were talking when I came on about the healthcare in Canada, and it was interesting because my daughter-in-law had a bike accident. They live in Toronto, where Sasha is. And she was riding to work. A car pulled in front of her. She pulled out, and her front wheel got caught in the trolley track. She got flipped over, broke her left elbow. It took 8 days for them to operate on her elbow. 8 days. Here in Pennsylvania, she'd have gone right to the hospital and bingo, they would have operated on her elbow, and they had to put plates in and stuff like that. Canada, it may be great for the general run of the mill stuff. Oh, and by the way, about a month and a half later, she was bitten by a dog. We happened to be there when it happened. And the same thing happened when she went to the hospital. They gave her the wrong stuff. And you know, it's a shame. I don't mean to down Canada, but social medicine in Canada, thank God we have what we have here. Now, the bad news for me is that Dr. Yu is not here in Philadelphia. I wish you were.
Hey, you can always fly here. A lot of my Canadian patients, they fly in.
Oh no, I don't.
One day.
Philadelphia.
I'm from Philadelphia. I was
He's
talking
from
about
Philly.
Yeah, he's a Philly boy.
we're
Philly
talking
State.
about.
The Rocky statue's there, right?
Oh yeah,
There you go.
yeah, there you go. So anyway, but
We have a Rocky match this weekend, guys, on IBM TV.
Oh really?
We have a chess match. Yep.
So you didn't bring me on to talk about Canada, but I wanted to mention her experience, and which was really a shame. But anyway, but I am going to talk about the dollar store because as Dr. Yu was talking about earlier, and you were talking about be careful about where you buy stuff. Well, 60% of what's on the dollar store all comes from the U.S. Okay, and that is great news. But we have masks. Okay, we have they're dust masks. You can search for them on the website. We also have disposable gloves if you need disposable gloves. The good news is we do have dust masks. The bad news is I tried to buy them all last week and they wouldn't let me. So,
yeah, see, they're banning everyone to get masks. It's crazy.
No, they're apportioning them. They're apportioning them. So I was able to get some. They're on their way here. Everything from the dollar store is delivered to your home. Unless you're like I am, I live in a community where we don't have home delivery, so I have to go to the post office. But the Postal Service delivers everything to your home. Anything you buy over $25 is free delivery, as long as you're in the 48 states. Costs a little bit more in Alaska and Hawaii. There goes Kim's putting the dollar store up. We actually, for those, I don't know what Dr. Yu thinks of CBD, but we do have small CBD packets, more coming. They're packed up so that you don't have to buy a month's supply. You can buy them in small quantities. And I would be interested in hearing your take, Dr. Yu, on CBD.
Yeah, I think that's a great service because you cannot sell CBD on Amazon. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, well, that is crazy.
Why are they banning something that's been accepted and approved for many states?
Yeah.
Well,
that's the problem. You got states like North Carolina that it's a U.S. thing, right? And at the end of the day, it should be a federal government rule, not a state rule. But our problem is we're individualized. So,
as my son, who lives not far from Kimberly, says, Dad, if all 50 states are asked to approve something, North Carolina will be the 51st state to approve it. So.
Now,
anyway.
we'll deny it.
What you should do is at the dollar store, I had no idea that you do home delivery, people are thinking it's closed, right? So you should put the logo.
Now, this is an online dollar store.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is online dollar shopping.
Yeah.
You should put dollar delivery store. That way they know that, hey, it's delivered to you. You know?
That's a good idea. But anyway, we got lots of great products. We're in business. Sometimes we're out of stuff. You know, my wife and I went to Sam's yesterday, and we walked down the aisle where the paper products were. There were no paper towels. There was no toilet paper. I mean, literally, you need to find out when they're going to restock the shelves, because literally the minute after they restock, everybody buys.
It's gone.
Stuff.
Yeah,
it's gone. Now, you weren't on the other day when I mentioned this, but I did see a little bit of a cartoon that had the date under it. It was June of 2025. Guy standing there holding a roll of toilet paper, and he said, "Finally, I'm getting to use the last one." So, so I think people
get a bidet, right?
Yeah, or bidet. Yeah, sure. But anyway, so we have a lot of great stuff, and you know,
you also have holiday stuff. So
we have holiday stuff.
You can purchase your holiday stuff. They had Easter stuff, so you didn't have to go out shopping for these things for Easter. You could have bought all the stuff you needed to fill your baskets at the dollar store, and I see that you've got Memorial Day or 4th of July stuff coming up.
Yep. And it's a 3 to 5 day delivery, not like Amazon, which is now taking, I've heard as long as 25 days for some stuff from Amazon. Yeah. And if you're in Southern California, like Dr. Yu is, actually we ship from Irvine. So you're going to probably get it in the 3-day period versus.
That's your main fulfillment, Irvine?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
What are you doing there? It's expensive. Yeah, Irvine company, they're ripping you off on rent.
That's where the company is the parent company is located. Right. Actually, the founder it founded the business as a brick and mortar business in India 24 years ago.
Wow, ironically.
Yeah, and he has brick and mortar stores all over the world, but didn't come to the United States until 2018, and said, "I'm not going to compete with 38,000 brick and mortar stores. I'm going to just do it online." So there are about 150 of us who bought online stores, and I said, you know, I love to donate, and I started looking for a mission that I really believed in. I met actually Kimberly through a different business, through a movie business, and I found out about Money Masters, which owns IBM TV. I found out about the mission of Money Masters to create financial knowledge with the poor community. But actually, I have 2 grandsons who are young, who don't know anything about finances, and they need to know. They're maybe not in the poor community, but they need to know as much as the people in the poor community. So I think it's a wonderful mission.
Hey, do you ever come to Irvine, to the headquarters?
I am going to. I haven't been, but I will.
We need to visit. I'll take you out for some Korean barbecue.
Yeah. Love it. Oh, you're okay. We had a German son who lived with us for a year, an exchange student. He lives in Seoul. He loves Seoul. I don't think he's ever going to leave, except to visit his mother, who's still alive in Germany. And today, well, now it's not today, but today happens to be his 50th birthday.
Oh,
so, yeah, wow, yeah. Same age as me, wow.
Yeah. So, well, you don't look 50.
Well, you know, if you eat kimchi, it makes a healthy microbiome in your gut. The secret to health is to balance out your microbiome. You want to protect yourself for the virus, balance your gut out. So, yeah.
Balance your gut out. I need to listen to
your gut.
Your gut. Oh, your gut. Right. Yeah.
Eat well. Eat healthy. Drink. You know, I believe in a lot of water. right?
Yeah. So if you go, if Kim, you want to go to my
Hydrate.
website so I could show him where the microbiome
Please,
information
please.
is? Yeah,
Love
just go to
Hold on.
drphilipu.com.
Go to where?
Yeah,
Hold
two
on.
L's in Philip. drphilipu.com.
Dr. Philip YOO.com, or you can go to youtube.com. Do you
Yeah,
still
or
have
Dr.
YOO?
YouTube. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
YOO.
I'm gonna make a Dr. Uber Health, and we're gonna deliver
Uber. I
healthcare
love it.
to people's homes because people are afraid to come out. And we're gonna have the hazmat suit on. I'm gonna come in my Darth Vader outfit. You know,
I'm gonna get one too. We're gonna be
Yeah.
stormtroopers.
I want to make a Star Wars shields and masks. You know, I
That's
just got to
what
get the
we
licensings from Disney. Yeah.
We need that. This is what I told somebody. We need some new fashion designers. Our science fiction books wrote this for us, right? They've been preparing us for this. And I really believe that, we're going to have that. Some kind of hazmat suit when we enter the world. Because it's and the doctors and nurses and the people who are working the front line, especially the nurses, need the shields, right?
You might as well make it fun. You know, you have the Darth Vader mask and shield, the Kylo Ren.
The stormtroopers had a really cute outfit for women, so I've been kind of looking, for the women outfit.
Here's the Kylo Ren mask. That looks like a level 5 hazmat mask, right?
There you go. We can even take some of the motorcycle hoods, right, and do something with them.
So
but whatever it is, it's going to have to connect, right? You're going to have to stop and connect so that it's not coming in or out of your body. But we're going to need that. We're going to need eye shields, ear. Nick's got it now. He wears his headsets, his eyes.
Well, I think what's going to happen is people are going to wear it for a few months and, this is a hassle. Forget this. And, the best way to, is to get herd immunity. I want to be infected because I know my immune system will kick in. If you're not healthy, you need to get, a strong immune system, then get infected. Like the smallpox, everyone's had chicken pox and you want it so you get immune. So same as we can't stay in our caves all day.
We used to do herd immunity with chicken pox after we understood how to treat it.
And
you have a chicken pox
party.
To die from it.
Yeah, when you're 7 years old, all your friends come over, you wear each other's shirts to get infected. Party. Yeah. So
I heard you earlier, Dr. You were talking about creating immunities. I grew up in a time period where the saying was, there's a certain amount of dirt you can eat in your life, before you die. And the kids today, the parents, oh my goodness, you can't eat any of that stuff.
They're too sterile. Guess what?
Yes.
You need microbes, on trees, on fruit, in dirt. You need that to get a diverse microbiome in your mouth and your gut.
Right.
But kids are too sterile.
Yeah,
you get a C-section birth. Well, you want the baby to pass through the vagina to pick up all those microbes, the mucosa, to get a healthy immune system. You want breastfeeding to get the colostrum, but kids nowadays, C-section, they don't get the mucosa, they don't get that diverse microbiome. They're drinking formula milk, they're not getting the colostrum, all the healthy growth factors. So we are being humble. We need to get back to Mother Earth instead of relying on technology, drugs, artificial intelligence, 5G.
And I think we are. Yeah. This has been an awesome sabbatical for Earth. Think about it. We should do this every year after this. Yeah. Every year, the whole world should join together as a community and love and take a sabbatical. We do this in each culture where we each kind of take a week off somewhere. I don't care when, we can pick it, but it needs to be a sabbatical for Earth. All humans and everybody, we unify. Nobody goes anywhere or does anything for 7 days because we heard the impact after 7 days in India. And if we do this every year now, I think we'll keep it clean. I think we're healing the ozone. I've been told that the ozone
it's coming back, huh? Yeah.
I think the coral reefs are feeling it. I think our oceans are feeling it.
We got to get rid of that that
And
plastic
you won't believe
landmass
after 18th.
as big as Texas floating in the ocean. We got to get rid of that thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
What it could?
The plastic. It's like a
Plastic
yeah,
will
flotilla.
plastic.
Yeah. The plastic island. We got to get rid of
Well,
that.
you know what?
Yeah.
We can suck all of that in and make a
But I
3D
think, Dr. Yu, I have a proposition that all the waste and plastic materials should be used for PPE and all
I
those things,
agree.
basically.
That's exactly what I was saying. We should just suck it all out.
Yeah, because this is the time when I
Yeah,
think
use that plastic to make face masks. You know, you could take a 2-liter Coca-Cola bottle, a plastic one,
Yeah.
take the
Yeah.
label off, cut it,
Yeah.
and that'll fit. That's a shield. You can.
But I think if Coca-Cola
It
would like to
works.
sponsor, we can put the label as well. We don't mind if they're ready to sponsor those seals.
Well, you need to take the label off so you can see. So
See.
So that they can get a brand or something like this.
There you go. But can we make a 3D
And also,
machine that melts
Dr.
it
Yu,
down?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
While
can.
doing-
Yeah.
but-
3D
and melt
printing.
it down and rebuild it. So
Yeah.
Dr.
I think
Philip.
And I mean, because of those lockdown in India, we have seen a lot of environmental changes, and it's rebooting himself, and it's an auto reboot mode. We have been experiencing things which we haven't experienced for the past decade or so. And today, after maybe more than a decade, we have seen rainbow in Delhi, in our city, and it's been, it's been more than a decade. So things are happening automatically. It's just that we need to give some time to everyone, and then things fall in place. And I think lockdown will come with a lot of positive news and positive aspects as well. I mean, that's how the world is rotating and revolving. I don't know what happened in California and US, but in India, it's pretty good so far, and people are positive, and they are doing the right things to manage the environment and to keep it clean. We are not seeing the dustbin. We are not seeing the garbages here. We are seeing the birds flying. We are seeing the blue sky.
That's great.
Initially, we used to have an average of like 400 plus pollution level in India. Now we are 100 below 100, and which was very encouraging and very exciting for us to see everything going in an auto mode without spending a single dollar. That was the
That's
best
Dr.
part.
Philip,
Yeah.
Dr. Philip, you have rightly pointed out the best thing, the GMO, because the whole world and the whole community is not well aware about this. But this is a very serious concern for the humanity.
Exactly. So what's happening with
And your
these?
knowledge and your contribution
Yeah.
requires the world, actually.
Yeah, the genetically modified seeds are made by Monsanto too. I mean, so they got the supposed remedy. Oh, we could feed the world with these genetically modified crops because we could scale it. And they just happen to have the antidote, the weed killer, right? So these
Yes.
crops could flourish. What they don't tell you, these corn and soy seeds, they're called terminator seeds, which means they're designed to die so you can't take the offspring seed and regrow it.
Yeah.
Well, what's happening in the US, some of these terminator genes, through the wind, they go on organic farmers on their land, on their crops, their farmland, and Monsanto sues the farmer saying, "Oh, you're growing our seeds," and they take over their farmland. It's crazy. They're pushing the natural organic farmers out of business in the US, around the world. That's a problem.
Is there
To
any
keep
global
the
policy for
economy
that?
going, you need to support the
Mhm.
organic farmers, and that's how you feed. You keep the earth healthy, the soil, the flora, the fauna, not through these chemicals. Yeah.
So is there any policy, global policy? So the way we are mentioning on the cigarette warning, health warning, we are mentioning on that. So is there any global policy that it should be mentioned? It should be compulsory on the food packet that this product is not the GMO.
Well, you got to understand who controls that. Well, we have the World Health Organization, which is a joke because they're controlled by big pharma. I mean, Bill Gates is their highest contributor, and he invests in all these vaccines. So what do you think is going to be promoted? Now the WHO is saying, "Oh, use remdesivir. That's the antidote that the Chinese pharmaceuticals made. Why are they promoting a Chinese vaccine when that's the country that kind of where the outbreak occurred. So it's very
Absolutely.
suspicious that if you cause a pandemic and you conveniently have the antidote, someone's going to profit. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like this company
Yeah.
in the US, a pharmaceutical company that made an opioid drug, okay? And what they did was they purposely made the drug, it's called OxyContin by Purdue Pharma. It's a Sackler family.
Right.
And they made it to be addictive. Now, why are you going to make a pain pill addictive? It's a perfect profit model. When you're addicted to something, you have to take more.
Business.
You got to take it for the rest of your life. So there was a class action lawsuit. They were fined by the FDA. I think they're shut down their business. You know what they did? They put like billions of dollars in the Swiss account so they can't get access. And they started another pharmaceutical company in China under a different name. And they're just going to make opioids and it'll find its way back to the US. So the industry is very corrupt and it needs to be exposed because 150,000 people died of opioid addictions and overdose last year in the US alone. And that's far more than the 20,000 that died or 25,000 from COVID-19. So, yeah, I mean, this industry needs to be exposed. We need to get the country doctor back. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more important to understand the things very well. But the person like you have a very good understanding and knowledge and vision as well for this GMO. So there should be a global policy so that we can save the valuable human life. But yeah, as you said, everywhere the
Not going to
business
happen.
business is involved.
No, not going to happen. If you're a real estate developer and you need this farmland or, you're going to take it over to build these high rises, right? So in the name of advancement of the human race, but that's a very technology that caused this pandemic, Yeah. If you start experimenting with all these coronaviruses in a lab, it's going to leak out. It happened with SARS, right?
Yes.
So we can't let that happen again. So
Another one question is very important. What is the stage of the vaccine development right now in America and in Australia? The news
well, in
says
the
that it's
U.S.,
in
of
the
course, there's a lot of pharmaceutical companies scrambling to
Hmm.
develop vaccines to get rapid approval. Let's take Roche Pharmaceuticals. So
Mhm.
one of the past pandemics was the avian flu. They said, "Oh, these birds, the bird flu, it's gonna cause a
Mhm.
pandemic." It didn't cause a pandemic. Maybe a few thousand infected. So government stockpiled billions of dollars worth of Tamiflu vaccine, which Roche Pharmaceuticals made billions on a vaccine that was never really used, right?
Yes,
That had all
absolutely.
these side effects anyways, that
Mhm.
they fudged the clinical data
Mhm.
to get FDA approved. These drug companies have probably the most powerful lobbyists, just like the oil companies or the food companies.
Weapons company as well.
2 lobbyists for every congressman, or they can lobby these Congress people to get these vaccines and drugs approved, but they don't tell you that most drugs have detrimental side effects. Well, they tell you at the end of the commercials, right?
Mhm.
But really
Yeah, absolutely.
fast. And it's a corrupt industry, right? But unfortunately, whoever controls the media, because Big Pharma spends 2/3 of their budget on marketing, they're not really pure pharmaceutical companies. What they do is they buy up and coming labs that develop these drugs that already did all the
Mhm.
research. They'll buy it
Mhm.
and then they'll market it. They're more marketing companies than anything. So, yeah.
So Moderna, the US-based company, says that they are into the first stage of clinical trial of vaccines, and hopefully it will be over by the end of this April. If it is true information, then what would be the time required for phase 2 clinical trial and phase 3 clinical trial to enter into the marketplace?
Well, a lot of drugs are being taken off the market because if you don't do the safety trial portion of the clinical trial, or you fudge or hide the side effects, just because it's approved by the FDA doesn't mean it's safe. There's this drug called gabapentin, and it's used for like nerve pain or nerve disorders.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? That's like the most prescribed drug for nerve pain, called peripheral neuropathy, which is any nerve disorder outside the brain. Well, guess like diabetics have it because the sugar damages the nerves, hands and feet. You get numbness, pain, tingling, loss of balance. So guess what? FDA put out a warning letter. Gabapentin, neurontin, these type of chemicals cause respiratory problems, breathing difficulties, side effects. And you want to protect your lungs during this virus. You don't want to take gabapentin and weaken your lungs, right? Vicodin, a pain pill, was taken off the market, caused heart attacks. So yeah, just because the vaccine's approved doesn't mean it's safe or effective. Like I said, the best vaccine is your own immunity. The Bilcord stem cell study. High dose vitamin C for interferon, vitamin D3 from the sun. Supplements, vitamin A, vitamin C. So there's a MIT PhD graduate. He's running for Senate, Dr. Shiva something, but he's trying to get elected so he can, get rid of all these chemical-based medicine company which has their agendas and get more natural, effective therapies, approved by, the governmental agencies like FDA. So vote for Shiva, okay? I'll send his contact information. Yeah.
So you are just recommending the natural immunity is better than the vaccines going to be available.
Well,
after
I think
1 or 2 years.
everybody inherently knows that, the natural way is always better because your body already has the ability to make antibodies, right? But it's not going to make the antibody if it's fighting other autoimmune diseases like diabetes, heart disease, autoimmune disease. And that's why it starts with balancing your gut, exercise, eating organic. You want to take all the vitamins C, D, A, zinc to fight off the virus. It starts with that, but you don't hear this from the CDC or the FDA because it's not chemical based. It's not a profit.
Okay.
I can't hear anything.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, your voice is not coming. Ankit, are you hearing me?
I can't hear anything.
I can hear you, sir, but I think we can't hear Dr. for you.
Okay, no worry. So it was a very good question answer session today. See, we have to understand the GMO, genetic modified organism, because it's very
Doctor,
dangerous.
can you plug out and plug in your hands-free again because we can't hear you. And I think we have a special guest waiting for us, Phil Lampert. Hi, Phil. Namaste, and good evening, good morning.
Good morning.
Namaskar.
Thank you for including me in the discussion today.
Well, welcome, and share a little bit about who you are and where you're at, and let's get this talk going.
Sure. Well, I'm Phil Lampert. Here in the U.S., I'm known as the supermarket guru. I've spent my entire life on the editorial side, if you would, talking about supermarkets, about new products. I visit normally between 10 and 15 supermarkets every week, talk to consumers about it. Right now, I'm visiting only about 5 a week. We're seeing all kinds of regulations going in. And I've written a bunch of books and was food trends editor for the Today Show. And basically, I'm the source, if you would, here on the supermarket trends and what's going on right now with COVID-19, as we're doing a twice a week webcast, if you would, on Facebook Live.
No, and I think that educating people right now and having this talk, because everything we're talking about right now is food. Supermarket is, all about food. We're talking about building the immunity system up and how we maintain that immunity system. How can we get the foods available for immunity systems? But also, I think just like we had an ISO 9000, or just we've had regulations for many, many different things over the years. We're going to have a new regulation for food and for grocery stores to make it safer. One of the things I've noticed is just entry into a grocery store, right, has completely changed. But I'd like to see one of those. We've seen these new inventions of a spray sanitizer where they spray humans from head to toe, and they're supposedly COVID-19 fresh when they finish, and they can do 28 per minute. I would like to see all the carts done that way. I mean, right now I have a little country grocery store up the road. I call it a little country grocery store. It's small compared to the big ones. And so I don't mind going there. I feel like we're a tight-knit community and we kind of know what's going on here, but I'm very careful. But they wash every cart down. They're washing every cart down for us before we go in. They took away a lot of the carts. Only one person every so many minutes is allowed into the store, which I think is very good practice, right? It makes me feel more comfortable. But we're going to have to see some regulations for food transport, food. What do you foresee? Because this is what you do.
Well, the entire supply chain from farm to the time that we go and buy a product on the grocery store shelves is going to change. There's no question about it. At the farm level, we're going to have to see a lot more indoor farming. We're going to have to see, a lot more changes that take place right now. What you've got is you've got a lot of farms, especially here in California where I'm located, that just have produce rotting in the ground because the workforce is either ill or doesn't want to admit that they're ill, and they work in crews. So if one person reports a sickness, that entire crew is let go without pay, and most of them don't have healthcare workers. The second problem that we have is we've got a very aging truck driver force. And nobody wants to be a truck driver. No kid grows up and says, hey, I want to be a truck driver. And part of the problem is too, there was legislation put in a couple of years ago that limits the amount of hours that a truck can operate. So as a result, and truck drivers get paid by the haul, by the trip, not by the hour. So they can't go 14 or 16 hours. So they're making a lot less money. When it comes to the grocery store, as you point out, first of all, there have been companies for probably about 10, 15 years who have been trying to sell cart washers, if you would, that are in the back of the parking lot, and they just run through, similar to a car wash, those cart washers. And we're seeing more stores doing that. We're also in Los Angeles County here under a regulation that when you go into a store, you must be wearing a mask. And a lot of them have security guards outside. They've put up plexiglass dividers between the cashier and the customer. They're sanitizing. They're using, antimicrobial belts now at the cash register. A lot of changes are going to take place, and the entire supermarket experience is going to change. But probably the most important thing, and you mentioned this, is from a self standpoint. Not only do we want to wear the masks, but we want to be as healthy as possible, and that relies on immunity. And what we're seeing, and a lot of people are not really talking about, is let's heal ourselves from within. So we've got immunity boosting foods. Citrus, for example, is the number one. Then we've got leafy greens and so on. And in fact, Spoon Guru, a UK company, has now created immunity tags in their system so that you can go online, whether it's at Woolworths in Australia, whether it's on Tesco in the UK, other retailers around the world, and you can find those foods very easily that can build up your immunity. That's critical for us to be able to ward off any kind of virus, any kind of flu. And we forget that it starts with our bodies and how we're going to deal with this.
It doesn't matter what virus, and you just said that, and that's what I've been telling people. This whole building immunity system isn't just about COVID-19. This is about health in general, because we don't know what's coming down next, right? We've seen corona in various different forms. We've seen the influenza. The reason that this is so different than others is that it spread so fast, right? And there is a very, very high death rate with it, but mainly with people with low immune systems.
Exactly.
So one of the things I noticed when there was a run on food and toilet paper and everything, everybody was going crazy. Fortunately, I saw we have this great global board of advisors, right? And every week we're required to be on a meeting, and we started talking about COVID long before the US shut down. And I started hearing about the rest of the world shutting down. And one of the things we heard about was a rush on toilet paper, where my first, everybody's joking and laughing about it. I go, oh my gosh, people are planning to shut down like for a long time.
Right.
So immediately I went and stocked up, while US was still going, should we, shouldn't we? Yeah, screw that. I went and stocked up. But when we see a rush like this happen, there's a lot of bad things that happen. One thing, we should have been rest assured that that a lot of products were still always going to be in the warehouse, right? Our warehouses are well stocked.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw rushes on foods. They're now having to throw away milk. We've seen them where they're having to use milk, which is very sad, because milk is loaded with vitamin D, which is extremely good for the immune system. I can't get I don't like milk, but my body craves it.
My grandfather's a dairy farmer, so I don't accept that. Like milk.
Okay. For whatever reason, ever since a child, I've never, I think I got sick one day and I blamed it on milk, but I drink it every day. Don't get me wrong. No. I thoroughly believe in it. My body craves it. So I drink past whatever I don't like because my body craves it. But vitamin D is good for many things, especially if you're a cancer patient. It's very good to in helping you not just feel good immunity wise, but happy, right? It's and B's, your vitamin B12. But what I noticed when the rush was happening was all the fresh produce was going to waste. What are the grocery stores doing with that?
Well, here's our problem. First, let me comment about something that's happening that's very good with those dairies that have to dump the milk because it's perishable. Feeding America, the group that really distributes food to all the food banks, most of the food banks in the country, they're actually buying that milk and getting it to the food banks. So that's something that's very important that's going on. When it comes to produce, again, food banks rely a lot on waste or past expiration date foods from supermarkets. They're not getting that. They rely on food from restaurants. They're not getting that. So the food banks are also a major problem here in the US. One thing that I want to say that might sound very self-serving to you is blockchain has really made a huge difference. The food trust that IBM started with Walmart has really come into play in a big way with the supply chain problem. And you see retailers, you see manufacturers really doing a lot more with blockchain in the future as a result of this, because they finally get it. They finally understand that we need to know where our food is, where it comes from, where it is at every point in time. So I think we're going to see a lot of new technologies, again, from the industry side. We're going to see much more automation, much more technology, much more indoor farming. From the consumer and the retail side, we're going to see tools again, like Spoon Guru, where you can go online, you can pick the foods that are right for you. You can even chart, how you've moved from healthy foods to non-healthy foods. One of the tools that they've got that I love, it's called Healthy Swaps. So I might pick a candy bar, and I've set in my profile, that I want low sugar, I want low fat. There's close to 200 different tags that you can choose from. And I choose that candy bar, and up pops on the screen an alternative that is healthier based on my own personal food. And, that's where we're going. It's more about personalization. It's more about being able to use technologies of all kinds in order to improve the experience. What we learned from this is that grocery is very, very fragile. What we've learned from all the delivery services is that it's very, very fragile. Instacart, for example, has hired another 150,000 workers since this has started. You see Walmart wanting another 100,000. And also from a retail standpoint, there are standouts like Walmart, like Hy-Vee, that are really doing a lot of cool things. For example, as a Walmart employee, when you get to the store, they take your temperature every time. And if you're showing a fever, you get sent home with pay. But they don't want to, put other employees or put, customers in harm's way.
Well, one of the things, and I'm glad that they're taking that precaution, but one of the things we are aware of is that this virus is a ghost. And by the time you have the symptoms, it's pretty much too late. Are they taking that extra precaution of, okay, we know you came to work for 14 days before you had the fever, you tested positive for COVID, so let's trace back your steps and see who else could have been contaminated? Have they been doing that?
Yes and no. It depends on the chain. But the UFCW, which is the union that represents 1.3 million grocery workers,
Wow.
has really stood up to the CDC, Centers for Disease Control, and they're demanding that grocery workers become under the category of essential workers so
Right.
that they can get the PPE. Certain chains are supplying their workers with masks and gloves. Other ones are not. There aren't enough masks and gloves to go around, as we all know. So it's difficult. Trader Joe's is probably doing a yeoman's job. They've had some of their workers die as a result of this. So they've shut down stores. You could look in their website and they list what stores are shut down. They shut them down and do a complete sanitation of them. They check all the workers in those stores. I don't think we're to the point of blockchaining the employees as much as we'd like to. I mean, obviously there's a lot there that still needs to be done, but right now it's still, I want to say, in the panic stage in the grocery side, where we're just having people go in the stores without masks, where we're just having people hoard, as you talked about with the toilet paper. There are people out there that really see this as a doomsday, and people have bought hundreds of rolls of toilet paper now. I've never had the flu. Certainly, thank goodness, I don't have coronavirus. But I don't remember when I have a cold or anything else that I use a lot more toilet paper. I don't know why people.
This is what people don't understand. And when you live out in the country like I do, and you prepare for like a hurricane, or that things are going to be down for a week or two due to a snowstorm,
Yep.
that's the first thing we stock up on out in the country. Okay, and we prepare for it. We stock up water.
Yep.
Just in case the well, because if we run out of power, our well might not work. And if you're a smart farmer, you have a self-primer well.
Yep.
But we live, out in the country. So I recognized it. Right off the bat. This is a sign for battening down the hatches.
Right.
So a lot of people didn't get it. They go, "What's up with the toilet paper?" If I had seen the signs of the stocking up of the water, I would have said, "Wow, okay, this is like a hurricane." But nobody was stocking up the water. They were stocking up the toilet paper and other essentials. You talk about this being it is an essential job. Food service, we have to eat, regardless of what's going on. Somehow or another, we have to figure out how to distribute the food to the people. And like you said, Trader Joe's has taken on they've always done that though. They've always been the first to do anything, I think, that's positive. And I love my little grocery store up the street. If the employees need a shield, they get a shield if they're comfortable with a mask. But immediately they went and they put the shield at every cash register. Every cash register had the shield. And then, but that's what I love about this little family store, right? Is that they will do that. And maybe that's why I have not felt so scared to go up there when I need to go up there. But I too wear a mask and goggles. But
the other thing, if I can just interrupt for a second,
okay.
You're talking about these small independent grocers. They're coming out of this with a much deeper relationship with shoppers than they've ever had, because just what you're describing, they're very community oriented. They take care of their customers. So to be honest with you, I think that the smaller chains like a Trader Joe's, like a Hy-Vee, the regional chains, they're doing really well. I think the independents are doing phenomenal. Frankly, I think the big chains, with the exception of Walmart, are going to lose customers. After this is all over and we go back to normal, you're going to remember that your little store up the block, has taken good care of you. You're not going to forget that.
Oh no, and I love that little. I just shop there only most of the time, even though I know I could probably get something somewhere, because I don't want them to go out of business. So I've always been there. Very rarely will you see me go to another store. But right now, sometimes they're not even able to stock up some of the things we like and need. But I think we'll see that change. But you keep bringing up, with the exception of Walmart, can you share a little bit why Walmart is going to survive this above and beyond the big ones?
Well, first of all, Walmart has really come out strong to protect their employees, putting up the shields, giving them masks, taking their temperature. And again, if they have to send somebody home, they're still paying them. Walmart, as strange as it sounds, even though they're the largest retailer and certainly the largest food retailer, is very community oriented. They always have been. The Walton family, instilled that as part of their values. And in fact, I wish I had it with me, but there was posted on Facebook from a Walmart manager, a list of about 20 things that he wanted people to know. That, he doesn't have hand sanitizers. He doesn't have toilet paper. There's not stuff in the back room, if you would, that he's hiding for special customers. I mean, all of that. And really looking for people to appreciate these store workers, these team members who are frankly risking their lives. I mean, when you go into a store, you're coming in contact with X amount of people. They're there all day. They're coming in, and a lot of them are working now 12-hour shifts.
I would be wearing the Darth Vader suit. See, we joke about that on the show. Yeah. Seriously, I'm getting a Darth Vader suit to go into public, because I'm gonna have it made out of rubber. So, no, you're right. They are part of the front line, and they're very essential in us getting the things we need. Because I think one of the reasons too, Walmart stands out to me is that whenever there's been a local emergency, say that a fire, right? A family lost everything they owned in a fire. Walmart has always quietly, not even they don't publicize it. They've always quietly come forward and given the family all the essentials they need, underwear, toothbrush, toothpaste, all the things you don't think about, right? Because you're numb, but they don't go around promoting this. You don't ever see it printed in the newspaper. The reason why I'm aware of this is I've had family member lose their home in a fire, and a friend actually lose a home in a fire. And you hear about this, you go, wow. They just quietly step in, take measurements of who the family is and everything and give them a care package. So I have a big heart for Walmart. But they also provide other things that at a very extreme discount rate that other stores haven't been able to, such as your prescriptions, right?
Right.
They're just overall.
Yeah, and what you're seeing too, and the CEO was on the Today Show last week, and you're right. Walmart is a very quiet company. They work very closely with farmers. Matter of fact, they actually will help fund farmers. The average farmer in the U.S. loses about $5,000 a year, so has to have a second job. They work with the farmers in order to have them use Walmart's purchasing power, whether it's to buy a tractor or boxes or whatever. All that's very behind the scenes, but again, their CEO was on the Today Show last Friday, and he really talked about, what has gone on. First thing to run out of was sanitizers, and then toilet papers, and then we saw canned foods and frozen foods off the shelves and so on. And interestingly enough, what he's saying now is the biggest run that they have and the biggest out of stocks that they have is on hair color and hair trimmers. Because people have been home, they haven't been able to get a haircut or whatever else. So I think we're going to see a lot of bad hair out there.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to tell you what, Ankit, and I'm going to get Ankit on here to talk a little bit too. He's actually the host of this show. I'm real proud of Ankit. Now, I just trimmed my own hair the other day, but I have a feeling my hair is going to get really long because I'm scared to touch it. Yeah, I have 2 hairdressers that I have loved for 30 years. I keep 2 in case one gets sick or dies. Yeah. But Ankit did his own rocking hairstyle.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah. He did his own hair. But you're right. We're seeing, where people are doing their own. Amazon is not able to deliver things as
well. They've cut off new customers. Amazon came out a couple days ago, and what they said is, if you have not bought groceries from us before, we will put you on a waiting list to do that. We're also seeing technology being used in some really cool ways. Schnucks in St. Louis, what they have, you can go to their website and make an appointment, a reservation, if you would, just like you would make at a restaurant for a time to go shopping, so that they can stage the number of people that are being allowed in the store at a particular time. So it's just like signing up for a restaurant reservation.
No, yeah, I mean, we're going to have to find a new norm, right? This storm has brought in a new norm. And this is what I've been praying to this whole thing. It came during Lent, and I dedicate prayer every year. I'm not a very religious person, but I do this in the memory of my mom. And I started out praying, deliver us from this evil, right? But every time I started thinking about it, we keep getting a worse evil, right? We know coronavirus keeps coming out, and each time a lot worse. And whether it's man-made or not, I don't know. But finally, I kind of changed my prayer, and I said, can you make us where we can learn to live in harmony with whatever this is? That we learn to find a peace with it, and we become peaceful with it instead of fighting it and fighting each other over it. And let us find some peace and unity among the world, which is what we've been doing here on IBM TV every day, 7 days a week. Ankit and I started this, but global talks with doctors, medical experts, scientists, game people, chess people who are giving us something to do on Saturdays. We've got chess tournaments where you can, I shouldn't say bet, but you get to guess each player's move, and you have crowns. When you register, you get crowns. Yeah. This week. And so each move you get to place your crowns. So, let's replace.
Well, we can only hope that what comes out of this is a lot of human spirit, a lot of mutual respect. That's one of the things that I'm hoping for more than anything else. We have forgotten a lot of the basics of life. being nice to each other and so on. And sure, we're going to hear about, the wackos who are out there yelling at security officers in front of supermarkets who won't let them in without masks. But that's the exception. I think for the most part, you're right. We will see more humanity, more unity coming out of this. Also, more of an appreciation of our farmers, our food supply, our supermarket clerks that we've really taken for granted. So I'm with you on that, and that's what I'm praying for as well.
I've got this really big question, but I got this echo going on. But Muhammad brought it up too. Is a little bit more about your background. How did you get into this?
Well, my grandfather's a dairy farmer. My father was a food manufacturer and importer, and then a food broker. So when I graduated school, went to work for my dad. My undergraduate degree is in marketing and retail management. Then discovered, and this is probably going to date me a little bit, that all the packaging in food was pretty ugly. And the reason I found out that it was pretty ugly is the companies would let the packaging company design their work. So you'd go in and let's say you want to buy a can of peas. Everybody had the same picture of peas on their can, regardless of the brand, because the label company would give them the picture free. So I actually went back to Pratt for my graduate work, started designing food packaging, and that then built into a full service ad agency specializing in just food and working with supermarkets. Then started writing a newsletter called the Lempert Report for our clients and people like that. And then the CEO, I was on the American Association of Advertising Agencies board, and Ken Roman, who was the CEO of Ogilvy at that time, said, because I brought some in to show off, he said, wow, this is really great. You should put a price on it and sell it, which I had never thought of. And again, 4-page newsletter, very different than the technologies that we have now. So I put a price of, I think it was like $295 on it. Those days, Kiplinger letter was like $19. So priced it way out of the market because I really wanted it to be special for, our clients. And then like practically overnight, and Phil Dougherty at the time, the New York Times ad columnist, wrote a story about me and the newsletter, and practically overnight we had like 300-400 subscribers sending in checks. So I said, this is real interesting. And at that point, decided to really focus on editorial. And for about 20 years was the food trends editor on the Today Show, hosted a radio show on the WOR in New York and WOR Radio Network, worked for the Chicago Tribune, and here I am.
Wow.
Now on IBM TV, the crescent of it.
We're just launching, so maybe you could give me some tips. But and what a fascinating thing! You went to Pratt. Now, a lot of people aren't aware, but Pratt is one of the world's best artist type schools. I mean, that's where marketing begins, up there with Pratt, SVA. Yep. And there's another one up there. But yeah, so you came from right out of the heart of New York area, right?
Yeah, I come from New Jersey. Which unfortunately is one of the hardest hit states right now. Went to undergraduate at Drexel in Philadelphia, then back to New York, to Bedford-Stuyvesant, where Pratt was, and now it's one of the hippest neighborhoods in New York. Those days it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know when you went, but back in the early '80s, it was kind of not exactly
safe. It wasn't safe.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. This is what I remember my first time up in New York in the early '80s, and it was not safe at all. I was working up there, and they told us we had to be back into our hotel rooms by 10 o'clock at night. No ifs, ands, or buts. And yeah, we were engineers, a special kind of engineer, and but no ifs, ands, or buts. We had to be back to our hotel rooms by 10 and could not be out after 10. Here we're adults, grown adults, and we had such a tight curfew. Many years later, after 9/11, my son goes, I want to go to New York. We had it was going to be his birthday present. And then my mother died. And so I said, well, you know what? Let's go to New York. Let's just do it. I said, I'm scared to death of it, but we'll be in by 10 o'clock every night.
Yep.
I love it, right? And so we get up there, get into our nice hotel, and I'm talking to the girl about, I want to take him down to see some things. And I go, what hours do you recommend we should be back by? And should we try the subway? She goes, how long has it been since you've been here? She goes, this is like Disneyland, 24 hours a day. She said, it is so safe. And we had the best time ever. It was like Disneyland, 24 hours for us. And my son went to school up there. He decided to go to SVA. So a lot of his friends are from Pratt and Parsons. Parsons was the other school. So, but love New York, love the area, but they are being hit bad. Are you there now?
No, I'm actually in Palm Springs, California.
Wow. Okay. So what's it like there? We don't get many people. Well, we had Dr. Yu on from California. What's it like there?
It's sunny. It's warm. A lot of open spaces. There have been fewer cases. What's so interesting is I think a shout out to California. Governor Newsom and Eric Garcetti, mayor of LA, have really done a yeoman's job of what needs to be done. They acted very quickly. If you look at the number of cases, for example, in New Jersey, which has about 3 times the amount of cases that we have here in California, and California has 8 times the population.
Exactly.
So they closed the beaches quick. They didn't, play the game that Florida did, so people could have spring break and things like that. So, it's good. But, just praying for this all to be over very soon and go back to normal. And the next time you invite me on, we can talk about something, happier.
Well, food's happy anyway, right? And that's your industry. That's what I tell people. If I'm fed, I'm happy. Yep. Eat well, sleep well, get a lot of rest. Okay, Muhammad, give us the list for surviving.
5 things is very important right now. Lockdown, calm down, personal hygiene, boost your immune naturally.
Yes.
And take a complete 8 hours rest. It's mandatory.
Yep. Yeah. That's a great strategy for life, not just during this crisis.
It's today's requirement actually. It's very mandatory to make the immune boost. Sir, you are a guru. You're a global guru, supermarket guru. And I have one very, very, very interesting questions for me and for the youngsters. So what are the mantra of success in life? Means principle of success. What are the main core success strategy for a new entrepreneur?
I think that the keys to success is being true to yourself, being honest, believing in what you're doing, caring about what you're doing, and as we said before, mutual respect for everybody. I don't agree with everything that everybody says, but I still need to respect them, and I think that that's very important.
Wow. I think that's important in life in general, right? Is just that mutual respect. So much of the world has lost that over the past few years. I think this has been a humbling experience for us, bringing us all together. We have this little handshake that we do. We unity, love, and blessings. We're trying to get this one in there, community. So.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me today, and I hope we get a chance to talk again soon.
Well, you're welcome to come join us anytime.
Great.
I'm glad we finally got it worked out. I know that it has been back and forth.
But I have a few questions for you if you are available right now, because I was waiting for my turn.
Oh, sorry. Ankit's turn. Ankit has a question for you.
I just have to.
If you are available, then I can.
Because I thought we were just talking for 30 minutes, and I have to run to do a live hit on a TV station here.
Okay. We'll be
So we will continue, but
So just
and
wanted
of
to
course,
ask you one simple question. Then
sure.
how come you come up with the name Supermarket Guru? Because Guru is something what we believe in India is our teacher. And when you say Supermarket Guru, what do you mean by that?
So what I mean is it was actually Peter Jennings, who is the anchor of ABC World News Tonight. Many years ago, the first time he interviewed me, we were talking, and on air he said, "Oh, you're a supermarket guru." And I left, and being entrepreneurial, I called my attorney and said, "Hey, you think we could trademark this?" And he said, "Don't know, but let's try." And so there we are.
Well, thank you, Phil, so much for joining us, and have a safe trip.
Thank you.
And
Come
we'd like to host you next week. Whenever you are available, you can drop us in, and we'll try to host you again.
We
Yes,
have Entrepreneur Wednesdays. Love to
Okay.
see you.
Love to.
Love to
Thank
see
you.
Thanks.
you.
Take care. Take care. Take care.
Take care. Wow, what a surprise, huh?
Lovely.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get Michael on to help us promote Chess Stars tomorrow. We keep missing him. I know he keeps going in the backstage, and we keep getting surprise visitors. So I know I texted him if he could come around 1:45, but if he could come now, we could do some serious Chess Stars promoting. So this is what's happening for Chess Stars is Ankit and Sasha and myself, and if Mohammed wants to join us, we're going to be in the VIP lounge watching. This is the VIP group. Okay, if you want to join the VIP group, you got to register with us. So we're going to be in the VIP lounge watching the two chess masters of the world battling it out. This is like BattleBots, right? Battling it out.
Yeah.
On Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Come join us. We're going to have a lot of fun. Once again, our team, we are the VIP lounge. We're going to sit back. We're going to watch. Occasionally, I think we might hear Sasha explain a little something to us because they won't be able to hear us. We'll be able to see them. But we're going to be watching a fabulous game of two fabulous people. We interviewed them this week. I think you can go see the interview. We interviewed them yesterday. Let me go see the interview. Right, Ankit?
Yeah. So we have shared the interviews on our web channel and on our website as well. So if someone wants to go through the interview one more time, they're happy to go. And also we got a lot of requests from the grandmasters, chess grandmasters, to have them on the show. So we are trying to schedule it whenever the mutual available time is. So let's see how soon we can do that. And as far as the tomorrow's game is concerned, I think Sasha would be sharing more insights as to how and what we'll be sharing with the viewers tomorrow, and how fun it would be, because we have been seeing what kind of excitement we can build up. But Sasha have a different story altogether, because he is on both the boards, managing the show and also doing the commentary, and also joining us at the VIP lounge. Yes, Sasha.
Okay. If you think that you will have something funny and you will be jumping with joy and have drinks and dancing, I think I have to disappoint a lot of you, because you're going to see quite serious stuff tomorrow. What's going to happen is you will see two games of top chess grandmasters. They will be playing two games with a short time control, 25 minutes each, plus additional 15 seconds delay for each and every move. Now, not only that, and you will listen to commentaries, and you will see also top choices of Stockfish, which is one of the top computer engines. You also, based on all this information and your intuition and your just feel, or maybe your luck, you will predict the moves of each grandmasters before they're actually made on the chessboard. And the top predictors actually will win some cash prizes, fair advertising cash prizes, and top five, actually no, I'm not sure, 8 predictors will end up with winning the prizes. So this is very intense, very educational, and very also entertaining contest. We'll do really experiment tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it because I'm not scared of experiments. I always try something new, and I feel very comfortable that we will do really well tomorrow. The grandmasters are fired; they're ready to play. Well, you've seen it yesterday, I'm pretty sure. And if you have some questions, please ask me. I will be enjoying answering it.
No, yeah. So I think that's why we kind of want to do I think that's why we want to do the watch party. So people can text questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
And no, it's not like a watch party where we're dancing and, no, it's very serious. This is a very serious game, but we're going to have fun. But
you know what? I'm pretty sure some people probably will dance, especially when they're right and that's the right move. Of course they will dance. If you have a chance to put on a move, bet of 5 crowns, and you win 3,000 crowns because your move was right, I would dance. Why wouldn't you?
That's good. So this is a time. Why am I feeding back? I'm feeding back. Is that Mike? Okay. No, Sasha, I agree with you. I think this is a time that we can do something fun, educational, and just be together.
You know what? I'll tell you. Of course, we do have some technical difficulties, but I'm 100% sure that we will easily overcome them in a very near future. I have a few ideas. We just didn't have enough time to try it, but I'm pretty sure what we will end up tomorrow with, it will be very, very good show. I have absolutely no problem.
And again, what I want to tell people is that you could watch the game, or you can go to chessstars.com and register and get your tokens or your crowns and be prepared to play on your own. So you can watch it either way. We're going to be here doing this just to be helpful.
You know, Kimi, if somebody is smart enough to have 2 computers, and on one play the game on a chess stars, and on another one watch our show,
watch us,
then you would have the best of both worlds.
And if you're really good,
people have 2 computers. One is the laptop, and the other one is the smartphone.
Yeah. A lot of people have both.
Sure. Yes. On smartphone, hold on. Here's what I would recommend. To be on a computer to participate on Chess Stars and use the smartphone to watch StreamYard. That must be the best.
Yeah.
Because as we know,
StreamYard on YouTube.
Yeah, see, the problem is that the smartphone has a small screen, and small screen, it doesn't work well with this Chess Stars show.
No, I agree, and I think that we've got some other new shows coming up. We've got Alexander May Musical Cafe, which will be 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Mondays and Wednesdays, and 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Sundays, when she'll be doing songwriter work with songwriters. So you can kind of join her. Her focus is everyone, but she kind of wants to aim towards the young people and older people who are sitting around having coffee. That's why she kind of chose.
You're talking about the biological age, or you're talking about the heart age? I mean, young by heart or young by the age?
Well, I think she's talking young age. She was kind of hoping to catch the kids before they go to school. But then we got to talking about it. I said, well, there could be young people, but I might be drinking my coffee and just want to sit and watch you and watch the songs and the guests. And so it's coffee time, or, before the kids go to school. It'll be 3:00 her time in the afternoon. So that's when generally children get out of school. So she kind of felt like she had hit that window of when she could be with parents and kids at the same time and enjoy it. So we'll see. She's experimenting just like you, Sasha. She's put a lot of thought into it in 3 days, basically. She pulled all of it with Ed Kids' help, literally pulled all this together in 3 days. But like you, she said, let's just try it out. Let's see where it goes. So
if your show will do well, I will definitely prepare some special musical presentation. I have some ideas. I just have to figure out how to put a computer the way so it would see me at the piano or so on. I have to spend a little bit more thoughts into it, but I'll do it. I'll do it. No doubts about that.
So anyway, Michael just texted me. I can't quite understand what he texted. I asked him if it was a chess move. It had a bunch of code. I think
Michael is not very good today for the show.
He just hit a bunch of numbers, and so I was like, "Is that a chess move?" No, so I don't think Michael can make it. So sometimes that happens here, folks. Sometimes we just get a lot of different guests in and out. I even think that maybe Scarlett might have tried to come on today. You know, she's our scientist, and she was going to share some information with us, but she didn't make it.
Okay.
Sasha, you want to some chess tricks in the meantime?
What?
Sorry?
Sasha, would you like to share some chess tricks?
Yeah, can you
for our viewers?
Chess tactics for us coming up? Shall we pull up the chessboard maybe, and you could talk a little bit of chess tactics?
I'm putting up a chess video.
Well, if I will go on Chess Stars, Ankit, can you go on Chess Stars board?
I'm having difficulties today with my connection, so I'll try. I mean,
because I can play somebody game, and maybe Kim, you can probably go on Chess Stars and just watch the game and show it on.
Ankit, you need me to go, Ankit?
I'm having some difficulties
Let me see what
today.
Let me see what I can.
But I have a video from someone. With the chess tricks. So I'll try to play that video for Sasha.
Okay, what I was going to suggest though is like we share the screen. Hold on just a second. And Sasha explained, how people can register, where they go once they get in. Say I'm registered and I'm logged in. Where would I go?
Well, this is a page where you will see whenever you want to register on Chess Stars. So what you do, there is a button, play now for free. Okay, so just press this button. Then once you do that, they will ask you to register. So you have to put your name, email. I think, well, probably you need some kind of a password. So try to come with the password, whatever you feel comfortable with. At least you won't forget it. So that's fine. Oh, Kim, that's you, yeah?
There we are.
Okay. You know what? I will challenge you. That's okay?
That's fine, because I don't know how to do that.
Okay, here we'll go to, okay, I found you, play. Okay, I'll give you more time. I'll give you 10 minutes. So
okay.
Okay?
Well, Sasha, the reason why it took me a while last time was I was trying to fix other problems. All right.
Okay, now I challenged you.
All right.
Here we go. So E4, this is the most popular move for sure. Now, what you're going to play? E6, it's a French defense.
A French defense.
Well, if you look at the bottom of the chessboard, it says French defense. You see it? It says French defense.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. This is the main move.
Got it.
You see, white is trying to control the center. Okay. What you play? Okay, I will continue the same style, playing for dominant in center. What you play? Okay, now what is this? Okay, I will continue the same thing. I will try to scare you.
You're gonna scare me. All right. The one thing I like about chess is if I lose, I don't die.
Okay, so far only pawn moves. There is no other piece. Just pawns and pawns and pawns. Okay, maybe, just maybe, I will try to play something really aggressive. This is aggressive move.
This is aggressive.
Now, interesting how you will reply to that. So tell us, Kim, what do you think you should play?
Well, I think you're supposed. Am I supposed to take your pawn?
It's one of the options. Yes, you can take my pawn, or
Am I supposed
yeah, you can take, or you can move your queen to e7. That's viable move too. How you calculate? Oh, you moved king.
Oh, I
instead.
moved king. I didn't want to move the king. It's too late, right?
Yeah, it's too late. Yes.
Okay.
Move
Yeah, I
is
was going to
made,
move the queen, but I got them confused. Okay.
I see. Okay. Anyway, I will give you a check.
Oh, I'm checked.
Yes, you're under check.
Sacrifice a pawn.
Oh, it could be more than a pawn, by the way. You know why?
Why?
Well, you will see, because let's see, if you take my pawn with your pawn, my queen will take your rook, because your rook will become exposed.
Ah, it does, doesn't it?
That's what I meant, that you could sacrifice more than just a pawn.
Got it. Wow.
So one option you have, probably move your king close to your rook, so this way rook will be protected. Well, it might be one of the lesser evils.
I think I'm going to go this way.
Oh, this way. Okay. Okay, why not indeed? But I will follow up and take your pawn anyway.
Yep. Take my pawn.
Okay. See, now I'm threatening to take your knight with my pawn, and this way my pawn will be promoted into queen.
I see.
Maybe you should move your knight.
I'm thinking the knight, but it still doesn't protect the it doesn't protect the rook.
No, your rook is not attacked right now. It's your knight who is attacked.
I know, but which way do I move the knight?
There is only one
way. But it's still gonna.
You don't have to think about it.
I know, but the queen is there, right? And
but your bishop protects the knight.
That's
so
true. The queen
I'm
won't.
not going to take it with the queen.
Okay, we'll go that way.
Sure, why not? What I will do, though, I will take it with my bishop.
There you go.
Okay, but now you have one very strong move. If you take my pawn with the rook.
Okay.
You see, you have you pinned my queen. You see, if I will remove my bishop, your rook will eat my queen.
Got it. Yes, I do.
Except one thing, that if I will take your bishop with a check, you don't have time to take my queen because you are under check. That's one problem, unfortunately, you couldn't avoid.
Well, how am I under check?
My bishop took your bishop, and your king is under attack from my bishop. That's how you're under check.
Can the bishop move sideways?
That's the only way how bishop can move, only sideways. On diagonals. And
okay, I see. Yeah, your bishop is got my king.
So
and the king is there, so I've only got one move to make.
Yeah, just to take the bishop, yeah. And now my queen is free to take the rook.
And your queen is coming after me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a matter of moments, right?
Yeah, there are a few more moves, but
let's see.
okay, so you are offering exchange queens, right? Well, okay, I have a pleasant choice of taking your queen, or even better, probably give you a check. You have only one move to make.
So queen can go in all different directions, right?
Queen, yeah, queen is it's a combination of rook and bishop. So queen can move like bishop on diagonals, and also as a rook on straight lines, on vertical and horizontal. Yeah, that's the only moves that you had under your disposal. And now my queen is free to take bishop.
Whoa, I lost both my bishops.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Your situation is a little bit somewhat harsh.
Yes, it was. That's all right.
That's all right.
That's the name of the game, right?
Okay, see, with this move, you exposed your rook, and now my queen can eat it.
Take the rook.
Yeah. So you're not in very good situation here.
How about blocking the queen? And then I think, can he move the queen little one step ahead?
I was thinking about that. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's possible move. And I have some interesting options. I think what I'll do, I'll just play knight, so I defend my pawn on d4. Yeah. Well, white has several extra pieces. For example, 2 rooks, knight, and a bishop, and a pawn. Yeah, so black's position is, of course, going down the hill, but that's
You were
okay.
putting the money on Sasha.
You put money on Sasha. I would put money on Sasha. If I were playing him, I would put money on Sasha.
Yeah, okay. You see, you were threatening a knight c2, which would be a fork, which is attacked on king and a rook at the same time. However, my knight now protects c2 square. So it's hard to really to suggest something viable. Okay, well, that's why I said that my knight now protects c2 square, and of course I will take your knight. Well, in any case, I think black is free to resign at any time.
Okay, I think I should resign.
Lack of material.
Lack of material. Let's so what do? I resign?
On the top, yeah, resign, yes. Okay. So that was practice game. And but tomorrow you will see, of course, very different caliber of chess. It will be really grandmasters game.
Sasha, I have a question. I have a question that I mean, when you talk about chess, is the chess played differently in different countries? Because in India, I mean, although we are playing chess from ages, I mean, since the civilization is there, I think we are playing chess. And but I think what I believe that the people who are playing chess generally not professionally, they have a different way to play in different countries. Is that so, or I mean, is it one of the same thing?
Okay, first of all, if you know from history of chess, chess was developed first of all in the oldest countries of the world, including
Yeah.
India, where it was invented, as we
Yeah.
all know. Then from India, it took place one to Iran, and from
Okay.
Iran or Persia, it went into Spain, Europe, Arabs. Now, another thing is Chinese developed their own model of chess,
Okay.
which it's unclear whether they took it from India or they developed their own variant of chess. It's
Okay.
unclear. However, around 500 years ago, in the 15th century, in Europe, they became unified international rules of chess. So for 500 years, all world playing international rules of chess, specifically in international top tournament, world championships, Olympiads, and all this stuff. There is international way. So, but some countries still have their own old variations, including India, including China. However, in China, they took decision about 30, maybe 40 years ago to play only international chess. So they
Yeah.
would compete with the best chess players. And actually, China now has a lot of very, very strong chess players. And India has also a lot of very strong chess players,
Yeah.
including world champion Anand Vishwanathan.
Vishwanath.
Yeah, he's. I met him personally many, many years ago in Europe. He's absolutely fantastic player, a fantastic person, and he has his wife Aruna, and they love each other a lot. But I think
He's stuck in Germany. He's stuck in Germany right now.
he's in Germany right now. Yeah,
He's stuck in Germany. I mean, he has to come back, but due to the COVID situation, he
yeah,
planned to stay back because of the, I mean, the
mm,
precautions and measures, basically.
yes, yes. He's very, very kind, very,
Yeah.
very pleasant person, to tell the truth. Um,
And what we used to do in India, we I mean we draw it. I mean I'd never see people playing chess with the timer. Basically, maybe professionally they would be doing that, but while playing chess in our school, colleges, or in our community, we draw the chess once we have five pieces on the board. Before that, we
mhm,
don't draw. Otherwise, the person wants to draw. That's other fun thing. And also, what we do is we build the fort so that no one would try to break the fort. The fort's like a V-shaped structure. You must be aware about it. And
mhm.
also, we try to move from. We try the initial move from the elephants and the horses, and then we the master stroke would be the queen, and that's how we end up playing it.
Well, I think it's more logical to play international rules because if you are
Yeah,
good at it and you want
yeah,
to progress and become a grandmaster playing top tournaments, so you already have it under your belt.
yeah.
If not,
So,
then you learn one variation of chess, and all of a sudden you feel you want to play internationally, and you have to
yeah.
start learning again. So,
No,
no,
that's why I was asking. I mean, is it? I mean, do we have different rules in different countries to play chess, or I mean, it just? I mean, the difference between professionals and general chess players.
hmm. Sorry, your question about international chess.
Yeah, my question is: there are a lot of, I mean, people play chess in India, not professionally but generally. But
Mhm.
I think that the people who play chess generally is a little different from what how you play professionally.
Well, if the rules are the same, then there is not much difference, except that on the top level, the players are much more consistent. They're more aggressive. I
Yeah,
remember yesterday when Alexander Donchenko said that it's a lot to do with self-confidence. So
yeah,
if you have these qualities, like first of all, understanding of the game, of course, a technique, but then also the character where you are self-confident and you uh, feel superiority over your opponent, and um, also there is a point of being aggressive enough. I think in chess the aggressiveness. You see, in Western terminology, aggressiveness is somewhat a negative aspect of human character, but in chess, aggressiveness, it works.
Well, you know what I'm going to look at? I'm going to be so tensed. I'm going to burn 6,000 calories in this game. Talk about building immunity and losing weight.
Actually,
I got my raisins ready. I'm going to eat healthy snacks. We're going to play some fun bets. Well, guesses.
I wanna tell you something. There are 2 games, so you may lose 12,000 calories, not just 6.
Lord, I may lose my heart.
I'll try to have a cardio doctor on board.
My heart is going to be doing talk about running for 10 minutes, right? Isn't that the advice for that today? Run in place for 10 minutes.
We can invite a cardiologist on the show as well tomorrow.
Who?
Cardiologist.
There you go. We'll have a lot of fun tomorrow. Doing.
Yeah, let's have few doctors just in case. Somebody.
The problem is that
they're going to watch me have a heart attack, and they're not going to be able to help. And we're going to have heart attacks everywhere. This won't be COVID-19.
Forget about coronavirus. You may have
COVID-19. No, we're going to have a good time. Definitely, I'm excited because this is something I've never done.
I had a word with Dr. Tula, and he told me to convey good wishes to Sasha and for the game. And he won't be able to join because it will be late midnight in India. But he said that I think you all are busy, planning the Chess Stars game with Sasha. So he will be joining on Monday.
My best regards to him.
Thank you.
Yes, and Dr. Singh and Dr. all of them. And if anybody wants to join us tomorrow, we'll be talking from 10 a.m. until the game starts. So
maybe we'll try to have Michael at 11 tomorrow, okay?
And I might even try to get Alexandra to come on and play some music in between because we end at 2 and the game starts at 3. So maybe Alexandra will entertain us for a little while.
Fantastic. That's really good.
Yeah, and Kit and I could go eat lunch and dinner, and it'll be a late night games. Can you put our ambassador on and sign us off?
Yeah.
Sure.
कोरोना से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
There you have it.
Bravo.
Oh. There's some weird technology issues.